My name's Abel. I'm a vampire hunter. It's not a job you apply for. No diploma, no orientation videos. It's something you're either born into or you die figuring out. Me, I was born into it. Born and raised in rural Kansas, not near any city people think of when they picture the state. Just fields and fence posts, dirt roads, a few houses spread out like dots on an old map, one diner, 2 churches, 3 families that stayed put for 4 generations. Ours was one of them. My folks were honest about why they had me. It wasn't love or planning or a miracle. They had me because the line needed to keep going. The way other families hand down farmland or debt, mine handed down sharpened stakes and books with handwritten notes in the margins. They told me when I was 5 that I was the next in line. I didn't go to college, never even filled out an application. My school counselor tried to talk to me once about scholarships and careers. She had this brochure in her hand, something with a smiling kid holding a laptop on a campus lawn. I told her it wasn't going to happen. She thought I meant we couldn't afford it. I didn't bother correcting her. Let her think it was about the money. The truth would have made her very uncomfortable, and I've never been the type to talk more than I have to. I wasn't raised like other kids. I didn't have baseball practice or summer camps. I had morning drills with Dad. Every Saturday at dawn, rain or shine, he'd wake me up, hand me a wooden dowel the size of a sword handle, and we'd practice. Not flashy, movie-style stuff, just stance, grip, movement. He taught me how to move my feet so I wouldn't trip in gravel. Taught me how to read signs in dirt. Taught me how to tell when a smile is too wide or when someone's voice is a little too smooth. That's one of the first things you learn. Vampires don't all act the same. They don't all wear black or slink around like they've got something to hide. They adapt. They learn fast. Down south, they sing a lot. They've got these syrupy voices like honey poured over warm cornbread. Sweet and slow. Folks let their guard down real easy down there. In Boston, they're a little different. Rude, even. Talk fast, move faster. Can't waste time when the city doesn't sleep. In Asia, they're more connected, networked, less individual predators, and more like cells in a bigger thing. That part scares me more than anything. Cities, that's where the worst ones hide. They've been there longer. They've learned how to blend. Some run companies. Others work late-night shifts. The longer they're around people, the more natural they seem. You might be wondering if I resented it. The training, the pressure, the strange lifestyle. I didn't. I still don't. I never had that weird teenage crisis of who am I or what do I want to be. I knew. I always knew. When my friends were flipping through career books, I was memorizing bloodlines. When they went to prom, I was practicing how to disable someone without killing them. I didn't envy them. I didn't even think they were wrong. Just different. It's not a glamorous life. No awards, no recognition. Nobody throws you a parade when you stop something very bad from spreading. You just pack up and drive to the next place. But there's something clean about it. Something honest. When I hunt, I know exactly who I am. There's no guesswork, no pretending. I don't lie to myself about the world being fair or people always being good way deep down. I see things as they are. My mom taught me that part. She wasn't a hunter like my dad. She was the researcher. She tracked patterns, kept logs, wrote down everything they learned, what worked, what didn't, what changed from place to place. She'd sit at the kitchen table late into the night, poring over old cases. Her handwriting sharp and neat, like every letter mattered. She'd say things like, "They get smarter every year," or, "You have to listen more than you talk." Dad handled the fighting. Mom handled the thinking. And I learned both. Some people think hunting's all about strength. It's not. It's about patience, about listening, about knowing when not to act. Sometimes you wait 3 weeks in a town without doing a damn thing, just watching, listening, following a trail that might not lead anywhere. But if you're lucky and quiet and careful, you'll find something. And if you're not careful, it'll find you first. I've been at it on my own for, 7 years now, since I was a teen. Dad passed away before I finished my training, but he left enough behind for me to keep going. Notes, letters, tips on places to avoid, people to trust. There's a woman in Ohio who makes custom weapons, a trucker who runs supplies across state lines, no questions asked, a preacher in Louisiana who can tell when someone's not quite human. These aren't friends, they're contacts. That's another thing you learn. You don't get too close to anyone. Sooner or later, you'll have to leave or bury them. I'm writing this down now because, someone has to. Mom kept records. She said memory fades, but ink lasts. It's my turn now. Every little thing matters. Patterns, words, faces. Someday, someone else will need this, like I did. So I write it all down. My name is Abel. I'm a vampire hunter. And these are my stories. I was 18 the first time I killed a vampire. That age where you don't feel like a kid anymore, but you still think like one. You're out of school, no longer told where to go or when to wake up, and yet you haven't really lived anything. There's a strange confidence that comes with that in-between. You believe you're ready for the world, mostly because you don't know what the world is capable of. My father used to say that 18 was a dangerous age. You have energy and instinct, but your judgment hasn't caught up yet. He called it the edge and said everyone has to fall off at once. For me, it happened in rural Kansas, inside a church basement that had gone sour without anyone noticing. I was staying in town to help one of my dad's old friends fix a roof and look into some local rumors. Nothing official, just quiet work, watching from a distance. But trouble never follows your calendar. It shows up when it wants to. After service one Sunday morning at St. Luke's, the local priest pulled me aside near the gravel parking lot. His shirt collar was loose, and his hands shook when he spoke. He didn't ask questions or explain himself, just passed me a folded piece of paper and told me to read it later. Alone. I waited until I was a few blocks away before I opened it. The handwriting was messy. It read, "I believe something is hiding in the basement. Please come after dark, and do not bring anything that looks like a weapon." That last part told me the priest had a gut feeling about what he was dealing with. He didn't know the rules, not in full, but he understood enough to keep quiet and not make a scene. I returned to the church the next evening, just after sundown. The main doors were locked, but the priest met me at the side entrance near the rectory garden. He didn't say much. We walked through the narrow back hallway, past classrooms and storage closets, and eventually came to the stairs behind the altar that led to the basement. Then he left, telling me he couldn't bear to find out what devil had been haunting the basement. He offered a prayer, and back up he went. As soon as I stepped down the first few steps, I could feel the shift in the air. The wood underfoot creaked more than it should have, and the temperature dropped with each level. I stopped at a narrow door marked storage. I opened it with a brass key the priest had given me, and stopped. There were empty blood bags, medical grade, scattered nearby, torn apart with sharp teeth and carelessness. The light overhead was dim and flickering, but I could make out a figure crouched in the corner, partially hidden by an old wire rack. He was humming. Not a melody I recognized, just a soft, slow sound, like he was keeping rhythm with his breath. As I stepped closer, I saw him more clearly. A man in a tailored vest with his sleeves rolled to the elbow, kneeling over a half-torn blood bag. He didn't see me. That's something they do. When they feed, they lose their awareness. It's a moment of weakness, kind of like being drunk. They forget they're predators, forget the world outside is their prey. My father taught me that if you ever catch one in that state, you don't hesitate, and you don't wait for it to turn and recognize you. You act. I stepped forward fast and drove the sharpened chair leg I'd been carrying into the upper back, aiming low between the shoulder blades. The man jerked violently. His body collapsed onto the floor in a heavy sprawl. I pulled the stake out and struck again, this time straight through the middle. He twitched once, then stopped moving. The vampire didn't look special in death. No claws, no monstrous transformation. Just a man in clean clothes with a little blood on his collar, until his body began to break down. Within seconds, the skin cracked, the muscle caved in, and he disintegrated into a pile of fine ash. The smell hit me next, sharp and bitter, like coffee grounds soaked in cheap alcohol. It stung the nose, clean and unnatural. I left the room and locked the door behind me. The priest was waiting upstairs, pacing in the hallway. When he saw my face, he stopped. "It's done. You don't have to worry about him anymore," I said. He opened his mouth like he wanted to ask a question, but nothing came out. And I gave him a warning before I left. Don't open your doors to strangers anymore. If someone stops outside and asks to come in, even if they sound friendly, even if they look like they belong, do not let them pass the threshold. If they were human, they wouldn't have to ask, I said. My father came into town the following day. I didn't go into detail. He could read the aftermath without being told. It wasn't a hard case to solve. Just a simple stray vampire with no backup and no real plan. The kind that slips into a place unnoticed and feeds quietly until someone gets wise. It was more like taking out a nest of bugs than anything else. No mess, no moral knots to untangle. We spent the day reinforcing the church, replacing logs, spreading salt in the corners, and fixing the window frames. When it was done, he dusted off his hands and looked at me. Then he gave me a single pat on the back. And that was the moment I knew that I wasn't on the edge anymore. I'd gone over. There wasn't any going back to before. Not mentally, not spiritually, not in any way that counted. I'd crossed the line. The next one happened when I was up north in Chicago. I was there on business. But I'll admit something. I like the city. The lights made everything glow like it was on fire, and the buildings stretched so tall, they looked like they were leaning over you. I love the buzz of it. The mess, the noise, the way everyone always seemed just a little pissed off, but, never surprised. The people don't hide who they are, and that went a long way with me. They'd curse you out, cut in front of you in line, and maybe even shoulder you without an apology. But they meant what they said. You didn't have to waste time figuring them out. And the food? The best I ever had came out of a kitchen that could barely fit the chef himself. I ate standing up in an alley behind the place because the shop had no seating. Didn't matter. The bread was still warm, and the meat had this spice that stayed on your tongue like it was making a case for itself. Even now, I remember the taste better than most of the faces. But I wasn't there for a vacation. I'd been tracking a vampire that had slipped out from Oak Brook. Mid-level parasite, smart enough to relocate before people caught on. I followed its trail to a nightclub on the west side, the kind that didn't bother with signage or security. You only got in if someone thought you were cool enough or dangerous enough. I wasn't either, but I knew how to look like I belonged. The place was packed, people sweating under pulsing lights, music thudding loud enough to blur your thoughts. I was on the second-level walkway, keeping eyes on the far corner where my mark had disappeared half an hour earlier. He was the type that moved slow in crowds, like he was walking through fog. Real vampires do that sometimes. They never rush anymore. Not like us humans living on borrowed time. And then, just as the bass dropped into another song, I heard a gunshot from the alley outside. It cracked against the back wall like a whip, sharp and unmistakable. Some people turned. Most didn't. I didn't wait. I slipped out the back entrance. In the alley, I saw two figures. One of them was already running, fast and crooked, stumbling down the narrow lane toward the street. The other was standing still, silver gun raised, smoke still curling from the barrel. I moved in quickly and looked down at the pavement near the doorway. The blood on the ground wasn't pooling. It was sizzling where it hit the concrete. And that was all I needed to see. Only one kind of blood does that. "You shot a vampire," I said. The kid turned to me, probably around 17 or 18, wearing a jacket with too many pockets and a patch on the sleeve I didn't recognize. His hands were slightly shaking, not from fear it looked like, but from adrenaline. He was riding the high of it. "Damn right I did. I clipped him, I think," he said. I stepped closer. Yeah, you don't shoot in a crowd. You don't fire in a nightclub alley where they're still feeding and you have no clue how many are inside. You shoot, it runs, and now it's hungry and pissed off with no leash, I said. He raised an eyebrow like I just insulted his mother. "You a hunter?" "Vampire hunter, yeah. You?" I replied. He gave a half smile, then pointed to the patch on his sleeve. "Institute. Monster Division. Name's Milo." And that was when it all made sense. Vampire hunters and monster hunters, we don't mix well. We're cousins, not brothers. Same family tree, but on branches that don't speak unless they have to. I was homeschooled, in a way. Trained by my father, who was trained by his father, tested by small-town cases and long drives. These institute kids, they go to training camps and sleep in bunkhouses, write field reports, and do tests on werewolves in glass cages. I mean, come on. I've never liked the way they walk into a place with their heads already full of theory. Dad said they'd increased their efforts in recruitment the last 7 years. In my opinion, that just meant the newer ones were more full of shit. Milo looked at me and shrugged. "Whatever, man. It's handled." "No, dude, it's not. It got away," I began. "That's not handled. You left a live one with no plan, no tail, no scent trail, and a wound to remind it who burned it," I said. He made some smart-ass comment I don't remember word for word. Something about how I sounded like a dad who used to walk uphill both ways. I didn't respond. There wasn't any point. I spent the next 4 days tracking the one he'd let slip. I followed a missing persons report that matched the profile. The vampire had holed up in a shuttered apartment complex near the edge of Little Village, a place scheduled for demolition that never quite got there. No one checked it anymore. The door was chained shut from the outside, but the inside told me everything I needed to know. The smell of decay was thick. There were drag marks on the floor, dry blood trails leading down into the basement. I marked the door frames, set the garlic smoke canister near the stairwell, and laid sage at each window crack. When the time came, I lit the fuse and waited. The smoke went down first, thick and sharp, designed to disorient and sting. I followed right after, stake in hand, ears tuned to movement. He came out of the dark fast, but not fast enough. His face was half burned from the herbs, eyes watering, body uncoordinated. The stake hit home on the second try. He made a gurgling sound and collapsed without ceremony. I stayed for a long while after that, just to make sure no one else was hiding. I never saw Milo again in Chicago. He probably got sent to some other city, or back to whatever institute dorm they were keeping him in. Now, most of my tips come from people, regular ones. A bartender who noticed a regular stopped drinking. A janitor who found weird stains in a school basement. A pawn shop owner who swore a guy pawned a Rolex soaked in something that wasn't water. But when I'm in a city, I have one guy I go to first. Zazo. He's a goblin. Lives in the sewer systems under the city. Says he likes the smell, and I don't question it. Zazo's not exactly friendly, but he's reliable. You give him what he wants, and he tells you everything. He doesn't take cash, and he doesn't care about favors. He only wants two things: fresh apple beer and full-size Snickers bars. Has to be both. One without the other, and he'll throw it back at you. He's done it to me a couple times. This time, I brought 2 6-packs and a plastic bag with 6 bars, still cold from the cooler. He sniffed them both before he even looked me in the eye.
You finally bring me the real kind, or did you get that light crap again?
He said. Yeah, it's regular apple beer, and 6 whole Snickers full size. You counted last time, I said. Zazo let out a wheezing sound that might have been a laugh. He took the bag and popped one of the beers open using his sharp little teeth. He drank half of it in one go, foam sticking to his chin like shaving cream.
All right. You brought what I like. What do you want?
He asked. I told him about a small suburban neighborhood on the edge of the city. Quiet place. Nothing remarkable. But lately, the police blotter had started filling up with low-level crimes. Break-ins, missing pets, theft, minor arson. More troubling was the spike in homeless disappearances. People thought it was a coincidence or maybe a serial killer. I knew better. When the most vulnerable start disappearing first, it usually means something is feeding. Zazo nodded slowly as I spoke, his eyes narrowing with each word.
Yeah, you're right. Something's in the water. Word is a coven's been growing fast. Got too big for their old holes, so they've been spreading out. City to city, tasting what's new. Trying to get smarter, he said.
He licked chocolate off his fingers before continuing.
Well, they're not all together. The coven, it's like a big tree. You've got the root, but 100 branches. You're looking at one of those small branches, a side group. Greedy little freaks. Didn't wait for orders. Just marched in and started feeding.
Where? I asked.
He grinned. Abandoned laundromat. East side. It's a front. No one washes clothes there. Not even the rats. It's the entrance to their nest. And your problem is only gonna get worse. They're sloppy. They're high on blood. And they think no one's watching.
I nodded and stood up. He watched me gather my things.
You know, other hunters come to this city, but none of them respect the value of the informant. They think they can all do it themselves. Kick doors, swing swords, shoot monsters in the middle of the street. Bunch of amateurs, he said.
I handed him another Snickers. Well, that's why I come to you first. He tucked the candy into a pouch on his hip and looked proud, like a king getting tribute. He didn't say goodbye. He never does. I spent the next 3 days planning the bust. These things can't be rushed. Monsters in groups are more dangerous than alone. They get confident. They start organizing. If you take them head on without prep, someone dies. And I've buried too many someones already. I scouted the building first. It looked dead from the outside. Half the windows boarded, signage faded to the point of invisibility. The door was chained shut, but I could see movement inside at night. Not much, just enough to confirm they weren't keeping normal hours. I called in a few people I trusted. One of them was a gear tech who specialized in detection equipment, old institute dropout who preferred freelancing. Another was a field medic who'd patched me up more than once. I reached out to an institute hunter for backup. I try to avoid working with them unless I have to, but a good hunter is a good hunter, even if he files reports after. We met twice before the operation. We had garlic canisters, UV flash units, stakes, blades, and enough salt to make the whole place unfriendly for anything with fangs. I went over every escape route, every possible complication, and what to do if the place turned out to be deeper than expected. When the day came, it was God's good Sunday. Morning felt clean, bright sun, families out walking. A perfect day to pretend nothing was wrong. We rolled out quiet. 3 vehicles spaced out over 6 blocks. The laundromat was in a pocket of old buildings and empty storefronts, the kind of spot people pass without noticing. As we approached, I felt that shift again. That sense that something lived behind the walls that didn't belong to our world. I'd felt it before. Never gets easier. I stood across the street for a moment, looking at the chipped paint and rusted siding. The windows were dark. No sound came from inside. No movement either. But I knew better. I could feel it in my teeth. The whole place was tense. "You ready?" the institute guy asked, tightening his vest straps. I didn't answer right away. I was looking at the cracked sign above the door. Spin City Laundry in faded red letters. Probably hadn't run a washer in 10 years. I adjusted the strap on my pack, checked the stake at my side, and gave a single nod. We surrounded the place just after noon. Streets were mostly empty. The kind of quiet that makes you second guess how loud your boots are. There were 5 of us. I took point on the front door with the institute guy watching my 6. 2 others circled around back to seal off the alley. The last stayed posted on the side in case anything tried to slip out through the basement windows. We laid garlic along the back wall and window cells. It burns their lungs and eyes, but that's not always enough. Silver is better. Some say real silver is God's metal, that no matter what kind of monster you're dealing with, it burns them the same. Vampire, ghoul, siren, even the nice ones that just want to be left alone. Doesn't matter. Silver makes them bleed and scream. It's like we were given one thing, just one, to defend ourselves with. Something they can't undo or outgrow. Their speed, their teeth, their unnatural power doesn't mean much when silver touches them. I loaded my gun with silver rounds and gave the signal. A sharp wave of my hand down and a short nod. Then we moved. The front door led straight into the laundromat. Cracked tile floor, 3 dead machines, a broken vending unit, and fluorescent lights that blinked. We cleared the front quickly. Nothing there but mildew and bad wiring. The real action was behind the false wall, through a busted outdoor frame where the plaster had been torn off and a narrow hall led into the attached house. It was hotter in there, thick with smoke. Someone had been burning incense non-stop, a heavy mix of dried herbs that clung to your skin and made your head swim. The air stung my eyes. I pulled up a cloth mask over my nose and motioned for the others to do the same. And then I saw them. People, at least 10, maybe more, scattered through the living room and into the hallway. All of them were unconscious or close to it. Some curled into cushions like they'd passed out mid-conversation. Most were women and unhoused men. All of them had pale skin and dark stains at the neck. Not fresh wounds, just slow, steady feeding. They were being kept in a fog, breathing in sedatives while their blood was taken little by little. I gave the signal, sharp and short. We moved in silently, each of us grabbing one person at a time and carrying them out. I watched every exit as my team moved back and forth like clockwork. One by one, the bodies were hauled out and laid onto tarps in the lot out front, where the medic could check vitals and prep IV drips. Most of them would live, though I'd bet a few wouldn't remember much beyond a blur of heat and sleep. Once the last victim was out, I motioned for 2 men to follow me. We cleared the hallway and turned the corner, where a stairwell climbed to a second floor. The carpet was matted with dirt and dark spots. I stepped lightly, gun raised. At the top of the stairs was the master bedroom. The door was halfway open, and something inside moved. I stepped in first. The room was dim. Thick curtains blocked out the sun. In the corner, crouched low over a figure slumped on a stained mattress, was a vampire. It didn't turn when we entered. Its face was buried against the victim's neck, body hunched, back rising and falling as it drank. The victim was still twitching, a young man, probably homeless, dragged off the street like the others. We didn't speak. I fired first. The silver round caught the vampire in the shoulder. The second man fired a moment after me, catching it in the hip. The creature howled and turned towards us, blood still dripping from its mouth. Its eyes were wide, more animal than human. It lunged. The third bullet missed. It knocked my partner down with a blow across the head and leapt for me. I didn't wait. I pulled the trigger again. The fourth bullet hit straight through the heart. It froze mid-motion, mouth still parted. Then it dropped. We stood still for a moment, gun still raised. My teammate on the ground cursed under his breath and sat up slowly. I pulled him back toward the wall and told him to sit still until the medic arrived. He nodded, eyes glassy. I was about to call it in when I heard something small from across the room. A faint thump. I turned and followed the sound to the bedroom closet. Inside, curled up on a pile of old towels, was a girl, 12 maybe. Thin arms, scraped knees, dirt on her face. She wore a UCLA t-shirt that was much too big for her, the kind of shirt you might find in a donation bin or on a sale rack for 50 cents. She didn't scream. She just looked at me with wide eyes and didn't move. "You're safe," I said. She didn't answer right away. Her eyes went wide, and her hands gripped the hem of the oversized shirt. I kept my voice low and steady. "What's your name?" I asked. "Maya." "Hi, Maya. I'm Abel." She nodded, still not blinking. "Can you tell me how you got here?" I asked. I don't know. A man said I could wait inside for my mom. He said it was warm. And then I woke up in the closet." "You did good, Maya. You stayed quiet." I held out my arms. "Is it okay if I carry you?" She nodded again, slower this time. When I lifted her, she wrapped one arm around my neck, weak but sure. "You're gonna be all right. We're taking you to someplace safe," I said. Outside, the team cleared a space. We laid her gently onto a stretcher. She was breathing steady. The medic looked over her and nodded. I stayed long enough to ride with her to the Hunter-sanctioned hospital on the edge of town. The staff knew what to do. Discreet, fast, trained to handle situations like this without asking questions they didn't want answers to. I stayed until she was stable, then slipped out before press or family could show up. The case was closed. Victims rescued. Threat eliminated. everyone would sleep a little easier, at least for a while. But I made a note in my journal that night. There was only one vampire in the house. One. That didn't sit right with me. A whole coven doesn't move in and only leave one behind. That's not how they operate. After the job, I stuck around for a few extra days, worked with the Institute guys to access their older reports, cross-check missing persons cases, feeding patterns, relocation logs. Then I called my mom. She still keeps tabs on movement trends, even in retirement. Between her notes and what I saw, the pattern was clear. Covens have been moving more. Not just growing, but spreading out, shifting territory, faster and more coordinated than before. That means one thing. There's more work ahead. Well, I'm 30 now. My friends, the few I've kept, like to joke that I'm going gray around the sideburns. They say I'm aging like a war veteran, 10 years ahead of schedule. I tell them it's just the lighting. Truth is, they're right, and I don't mind. You don't do this job expecting to look young forever. You do it knowing every year you get is earned. Zazo's still around, same as always. Still in the sewer, still picky about his apple beer, still counting the Snickers bars before he talks. He says I'm the only one who brings the good kind, the kind with the crunchy peanuts and no funny labels. I bring him what he asks for, and he keeps me in the loop. There are worse arrangements. As for me, I'm still out there, still chasing things that most people don't want to know exist. Still watching alleyways, checking basements, taking quiet calls from voices that are too afraid to go to the police. The cities change, the names, the faces, the news cycles, they move fast. But the monsters don't. They're patient. They wait. And as long as they're out there, I'll be hunting. Commercial flying isn't mysterious. People who don't do it for a living tend to think it is. They imagine turbulence as danger, clouds as concealment, altitude as risk. From the cockpit, it's the opposite. Everything's measured and mapped. Every airway, altitude, every transition point exists because someone long before you figured out the safest, most efficient way to move aluminum through the air. By the time you reach an airline cockpit, the romance is gone. You trust procedures because they work. You trust instruments because they don't care how you feel. You trust airspace because it's regulated down to the mile and the minute. The sky, as far as we're concerned, is owned. Most flights blend together after a while. Pushback, taxi, line up, climb, cruise, descend, land. Weather is either something you work around or something you delay for. Traffic is background noise. Emergencies are rare, and when they do happen, they follow predictable patterns. That's why training exists. That's why checklists exist. You're taught early on not to personalize anomalies. Systems fail sometimes. Humans make mistakes. You correct, continue, and you log it in if you need to. Aviation is built on the idea that nothing should ever surprise you. And for most of my career, that was true. I have flown in every condition that makes passengers grip armrest and swear off flying forever. Severe turbulence, lightning crawling across the windshield, winds strong enough that landing felt like setting the airplane down sideways. And none of that stuck with me. None of that even made me question the job. What stuck were the flights where nothing went wrong. Clear weather, normal traffic, nominal systems. Those are the ones that bother me now. There's a confidence that comes with airline flying that's hard to explain unless you've been there. You're not wondering what's around you. Between GPS, inertial systems, radar, traffic displays, and constant communication with air traffic control, there shouldn't be anything you don't know about in the sky around you. The phrase we use is situational awareness, and modern cockpits are designed to make it nearly impossible to lose. You know where you are, who's above you, who's below you, who's crossing 10 miles ahead, and who will be there in 5 minutes. The margins are tight, but they're intentional. That's why when something doesn't line up, it's unsettling in a way turbulence never is. Turbulence is chaotic, but it follows rules. Wind shear, thermal activity, mountain waves, you can point to causes. You can explain it and brief it. You can predict it. What I'm talking about are moments when the sky behaves like it skipped a step. I didn't notice it at first. Most pilots wouldn't. The first few times it was easy to write off as clerical noise. A bad timestamp, a delayed data entry, somebody on the ground clicking the wrong field in a system that feeds a dozen others. Aviation runs on layers of software stitched together over decades, and small errors happen. But small errors don't repeat cleanly. They don't show up across independent systems that aren't supposed to talk to each other. They don't persist after you double check them. And they definitely don't leave you with the feeling that something arrived before it should have. There's an unspoken rule in this job. You don't chase ghosts. If you start treating every irregularity as something ominous, you'll burn out fast. You stick to what you can verify. You fly the airplane. You let maintenance worry about hardware, and dispatch worry about paperwork. Still, there are things pilots talk about quietly, usually off the record. Things that don't fit into reports cleanly. Routes that feel short on certain days. Calls that don't quite sound right until later. Visuals that vanish the moment you look away. Nobody frames these as stories. They're anecdotes, delivered flatly, usually followed by a shrug. Aviation attracts practical people. We don't lean into mystery. And that's why it took me years to accept that what I was seeing wasn't random. It wasn't weather or fatigue, and it wasn't coincidence. The sky behaves the way it does because we expect it to. Because we assume distance is fixed, time is linear, and airspace is consistent. Almost all of the time, those assumptions hold. Almost. The flights I'm about to describe didn't involve emergencies. No maydays or screaming alarms or heroic landings. They were ordinary flights that ended with data that didn't belong to them. And once you notice that kind of thing, it becomes harder to ignore the days when the sky feels just a little too efficient. A little too close. Alright, well, let's get to incident 1. The suitcase that arrived first. This one didn't feel important at the time. If anything, it felt like a mild inconvenience wrapped in somebody else's problem. We were already taxiing in when the cabin crew called up to the cockpit to let us know a passenger had a question about their bag. That happens on almost every flight. People worry their luggage didn't make it. They misread the carousel numbers. They assume the worst before the aircraft doors even open. We told the lead flight attendant to have the passenger check with baggage services at the terminal. Standard response. We shut down, ran our checklist, and opened the door. Nothing unusual. The flight itself had been unremarkable. Short hop with clear weather and light load. Smooth ride the whole way down. We'd been a few minutes early on arrival, which always feels like a small victory, even though it doesn't actually change anything. I was finishing up paperwork when the same flight attendant came back up front. She said the passenger was insisting that their bag was already waiting for them. I remember half smiling and saying something like that'd be a first without really thinking about it. She didn't laugh. She said the passenger had a photo. That got my attention. I followed her off the aircraft and down into the jet bridge where the passenger was standing with their phone out. Middle-aged guy. Calm, not angry or excited, just confused. He showed me a photo of his suitcase sitting by itself near the carousel. It was unmistakably his. Distinctive color, scuffed corner, a ribbon tied to the handle. The timestamp on the photo showed it'd been taken 10 minutes earlier. At that point, I assumed it was a reused bag photo from a previous trip. People do that sometimes. They try to prove a point by recycling evidence. I don't know, it's strange. And then he showed me the baggage claim notification. His bag had been scanned into the destination system before we landed. That's the part that still sticks with me. Airplane baggage handling is messy, but it's not magical. A bag doesn't exist in the arrival system until it's physically offloaded, scanned, and inducted onto a belt. Every step is logged automatically. It's not dependent on one person remembering to click a button. I told him to head to baggage services and said I'd check with ground operations. Again, nothing dramatic, just due diligence. By the time I got back to the cockpit, the first officer had already heard about it from the ramp crew, and they were just as confused. We pulled up the timeline. Departure scan, correct. Bag loaded on our aircraft at the origin. Weight and balance reflected it. Cargo door sealed. Arrival scan, time-stamped 7 minutes before touchdown. I checked the flight log to make sure it wasn't misreading something. The aircraft's on-block time was recorded properly. The arrival scan predated it cleanly. Not by seconds, by minutes. Ground ops assumed it was a system sync issue. That's the phrase they used. A delay between systems updating or a cached entry being released early. Sounded reasonable enough. These systems are old, layered and patched, sometimes temperamental. Still, it bothered me. I asked if any other bags from our flight had similar timestamps. They didn't. Just the one. Maintenance checked the cargo door seals as a formality, and everything was normal. Dispatch reviewed the load sheet. Normal. The bag tag number matched the passenger. No duplication or misroute. Eventually, the explanation settled on data irregularity, which is airline shorthand for "we don't know." The passenger got his bag, and it was intact. No damage or missing things. He thanked us and left. And that should have been the end of it. But later that night, after we'd flown another leg and parked for the evening, the first officer brought it up again. He asked if I'd ever seen anything like that before. I said no. He said neither had he. What made it worse wasn't the anomaly itself. It was how clean it was, No errors or system meltdown, It was like one object behaving as if distance didn't apply to it. Well, a few weeks later, something similar happened on a different route. Different aircraft and crew and airport. Same result. A bag scanned into the arrival system early. This time, the difference was that someone noticed before the aircraft even landed. Ground ops flagged it while we were still on descent. They assumed the bag had been misloaded onto an earlier flight. It hadn't. The tag trace showed it loaded onto our aircraft at the origin. The ramp cameras confirmed it. The bag never left the plane. Yet there it was, logged as having arrived. Again, no other bags showed the same behavior. Again, the explanation was quietly closed as a system error. Well, I started asking around, casually, over coffee during layovers, in the way pilots talk when they're not writing anything down. A cargo captain told me he'd seen a pallet register as delivered while they were still over the ocean. He'd laughed it off at the time. Another pilot mentioned a wheelchair that appeared at the gate before the aircraft reached the stand. He said he assumed it was a coincidence until he realized the gate hadn't been assigned yet. None of these incidents were alarming on their own. Nobody filed safety reports or escalated them. They didn't affect operations. But they shared the same shape. An object arriving before its carrier. At first, I told myself I was looking for patterns that weren't there. That's human nature. Once you notice something odd, you start seeing it everywhere. But I kept quiet records just for myself. And the more I looked, the more strange things got. Incident 2. The missing minutes. Now, the next one didn't involve baggage or ground systems. It involved us. It was a medium-length domestic leg, long enough to settle into cruise, but short enough that you're paying attention to the clock. Those flights live and die on timing. Fuel planning, descent profiles, crew duty limits, everything is built around predictable minutes. Weather was clear from departure to destination. Not mostly clear, but clear. No convective activity. No jet stream anomalies worth mentioning. No altitude changes requested. It was one of those days where flying feels almost automated. We leveled off early and settled into cruise. Engines were stable. Fuel flow was exactly where it should be. Ground speed was normal for the altitude and wind component we had. Nothing unusual. About halfway through the leg, air traffic control asked us to confirm our position. That's not unheard of, but it's a little uncommon. Normally, they already know. Radar, ADS-B, transponder returns. Our position is being tracked constantly. I read back our coordinates. There was a pause on the frequency. Then ATC asked us to say it again. I did, and there was another pause. They came back and asked if we could confirm our ground speed. I glanced down, read it off, and looked at the first officer. He shrugged. Everything looked fine. ATC acknowledged and told us to continue as cleared. And that was it. Now, if that had been the end of it, I wouldn't be telling this story. A few minutes later, we were handed off to the next sector much earlier than expected. The first officer noticed it at the same time I did. He tapped the navigation display and asked if I thought the wind data had updated incorrectly. We cross-checked and it hadn't. The forecast and actuals were aligned. I pulled up the flight plan timing. According to the numbers, we were ahead. According to the engines, we weren't. According to the ground speed, we weren't. According to the clock, we were. It didn't add up. Well, the rest of the flight went normally. Descent, approach, landing, all standard. It wasn't until later, after shutdown, that things started to bother me. I pulled the post-flight data out of habit more than concern. Engine trends were clean. Fuel burn was exactly where it should have been. No spikes or anomalies. And then I looked at the recorded timestamps. The flight data recorder showed a gap. The aircraft transitioned between two logged waypoints faster than the distance between them should have allowed. The timestamps were clean, sequential, no errors. It was as if the airplane had covered a stretch of airspace without spending the expected amount of time inside it. I showed it to the first officer. He frowned, recalculated it manually, and came to the same conclusion. We went through every reasonable explanation. There's no tailwind, no altitude deviation, instrument error, cross-checked across independent systems. GPS glitch, well, possible, but unlikely given the consistency across multiple sensors. Eventually, we landed on the same conclusion aviation always does when something doesn't affect safety. Log it and move on. So we did. The next time it happened was 3 months later. Different route and aircraft, similar length. Same result. This time, ATC noticed again. They asked us to slow down. That got my attention. You don't get asked to slow down in cruise unless spacing is off. We reduced speed slightly, well within normal limits. A few minutes later, they asked us to slow again. We complied. According to them, we were closing on traffic ahead much faster than expected. According to our displays, we weren't. There was no visual traffic, nothing on the scope. After landing, I requested a copy of the ATC timing data through normal channels. They took a while. By the time it came back, I'd almost forgotten about it. The timestamps didn't match ours. Their system showed us passing through controlled airspace earlier than our onboard systems indicated. I stopped talking about it openly after that. Not because anybody told me to stop, but because I recognized the look people gave me when I brought it up. Aviation doesn't reward curiosity unless it improves safety or efficiency. Everything else is noise. Still, I started paying closer attention. Some flights felt longer than scheduled. Some felt shorter. Most felt normal. The ones that didn't weren't tied to weather or traffic or aircraft type. There was no consistent pattern I could point to. No particular altitude or latitude that explained it. Just stretches of sky that seemed to let you through faster than they should. I didn't feel anything during those moments. No physical sensation or visual distortion. No sound. If you weren't watching the numbers, you'd never know anything had happened. That's the part that bothers me. If something dangerous is happening, you expect warning signs, Alarms, vibration. This didn't feel dangerous. It felt efficient. Like the sky had decided we didn't need to spend as much time there. After the third occurrence, I stopped assuming it was a coincidence. After the fourth, I stopped telling myself it was fatigue. After the fifth, I started wondering what would happen if we stayed inside one of those compressed stretches longer than usual. So far, we never have. Not deliberately, anyway. And that's probably for the best. Incident 3. This one took time to understand. At the moment it happened, there was nothing about it that felt wrong. It sounded exactly like a pilot doing his job. We were in cruise, mid-morning, clear skies, international airspace, but well within normal commercial corridors. The radios were busy in the way they usually are. Position reports, altitude confirmations, handoffs between sectors. Nothing stood out. And then a call came in on our frequency. It was brief and professional. The voice identified an aircraft by call sign and tail number, stated their position, altitude, and heading, and requested confirmation of traffic in the area. Standard stuff. I glanced at the traffic display. Nothing showed nearby. Before I could respond, ATC came back and acknowledged the call. They issued a routine advisory and cleared the aircraft to continue on course. The exchange was clean, textbook phraseology, nothing improvised. The voice sounded calm. Male, middle-aged, if I had to guess. Slight accent, hard to place but not unusual. Pilots fly internationally all the time. I remember thinking briefly that his radio sounded a little older. Not bad, just flatter, less processed. But that could have been anything. Radio quality varies. We never saw the aircraft. Not visually. Not on TCAS. Not on radar. That, too, isn't unheard of. Sometimes traffic is below radar coverage, or shielded by terrain, or filtered out momentarily. It happens. A few minutes later, the aircraft called again. Same voice and calm tone, same professional cadence. They thanked ATC and reported clear of the area. Then the frequency moved on. The rest of the flight was uneventful. We landed, parked, and went about our day. It wasn't until that evening, during a layover, that the first officer brought it up. He asked if I'd noticed that the call sign sounded unfamiliar. I shrugged. Call signs change. Charter flights, cargo ops, repositioning legs, you hear all kinds of identifiers. He said he'd tried to look it up out of curiosity. It wasn't in the system. That's unusual, but not unheard of. Databases lag, temporary call signs exist. Military flights sometimes don't populate civilian systems correctly. By the time he showed me what he found, my stomach dropped. The aircraft wasn't missing from the database. It had been removed from it decades ago. The tail number belonged to an aircraft that disappeared over open water more than 50 years ago. No distress call or debris field, no confirmed crash site. It was one of those cases aviation historians argue about. Fuel exhaustion versus mechanical failure versus weather versus something else. The official record listed it just as lost. The call sign had been retired shortly after. No other aircraft had used it since. The hair on my arms stood up when I read that. We pulled the cockpit voice recording from our flight, and the transmission was there, clear as day. We played it back multiple times. The voice hadn't changed, no distortion, no background noise that didn't belong. No indication it was anything other than a normal radio call. ATC confirmed they'd heard it too. When we asked if they'd pulled the aircraft's radar track, the answer came back short and final. There was no radar track, no primary return or secondary transponder. Nothing. Just a voice. Someone suggested it might have been a replay, an old transmission bleeding through, a recording accidentally rebroadcast. That explanation didn't hold. It wasn't a tape. It was interactive. The internal discussion stopped there. Not because anyone ordered it to stop, but because nobody wanted to push it further. There are moments in aviation where you realize you're brushing up against something that doesn't have a checklist. We were quietly advised not to file anything formal beyond noting unidentified transmission. That phrase covers a lot. The recording was archived, and life went on. I told myself it was a coincidence layered on top of another coincidence, that the call sign match was unfortunate, but meaningless, that someone somewhere had reused an old identifier without updating a database. Except that didn't explain the tail number, or the fact that the aircraft described its position in a way that placed it exactly where the missing plane would have been, given its last known heading, adjusted for modern routing. That detail came out later, during an off-the-report conversation with someone who'd looked deeper than they were supposed to. The next time I heard that call sign, it wasn't on one of my flights. It was over coffee, in a crew room halfway across the world. Another pilot mentioned it casually. Said he'd heard a strange transmission once that didn't match anything on his displays. Said the voice sounded old-fashioned, whatever that means. When I asked him what the call sign was, he hesitated. Then he told me. And it was the same one. Same number. He hadn't looked it up because he hadn't wanted to. Neither of us said anything else after that. There are ghosts people talk about in aviation. Phantom airports. Runways that appear in fog. Lights that don't belong to anything. Most of those stories get exaggerated with retelling. This one does not need embellishment. Incident 4. The Blue Orbs. Now, by the time this happened, I'd stopped assuming that every strange event would announce itself as strange. Most of the things that stayed with me didn't arrive with alarms or urgency. They showed up quietly, like something that expected to be seen eventually. This was a night flight over open water. Long haul, high altitude. The kind of route where there's nothing to look at outside except stars and the faint reflection of the cockpit on the glass. These flights are monotonous in a way that actually sharpens your awareness for me. There's less visual clutter, fewer radio calls, fewer distractions. You notice small things. The first officer was the one who saw it first.
He didn't react right away. He leaned forward slightly, adjusted his seat, and looked again before saying anything. That's a habit most pilots develop early. Confirm with your own eyes before you bring someone else in. After a few seconds, he said, "Did you see that off the left side?" I followed his gaze. At first, I assumed it was a reflection. That's almost always the answer. Internal lighting, instrument glow, a star lined up just wrong. I shifted my head and changed angles. The light didn't move. It was blue, not white blue or strobe blue, a deep, saturated blue, like a welding arc seen from a distance. It sat slightly below our altitude, a few miles off our left wing, steady and constant. Then a second one appeared, then a third. They didn't pop into existence, they faded in smoothly, as if they'd been there the whole time and we'd only just noticed them. They weren't flashing or rotating. They were leaving contrails or reflections. They just sat there matching our speed. And that's when the first officer quietly said, "Those aren't stars." I checked TCAS. Nothing. No traffic or altitude returns or warnings. I checked the weather radar next. Completely clear. Well, we altered speed slightly, not enough to be operationally significant, just enough to see if relative position would change. It didn't. The lights adjusted with us. Not aggressively or suddenly, just enough to maintain spacing. And that was the moment the cabin got real quiet. Neither of us reached for the radio right away, not because we were afraid to, but because we didn't yet know what we'd be reporting. Pilots don't call ATC to say, "There's something weird." You need specifics. Altitude, bearing, distance, behavior. I keyed the mic and asked ATC if they had any traffic near our position. They didn't. I asked again, more specifically, giving relative bearing and altitude. Negative traffic. I asked if any military activity was scheduled in the area. None. We watched the lights for several minutes. They didn't approach or retreat. They didn't cross in front of us or fall behind. They behaved like formation traffic. Except there was no aircraft. Eventually, one of them moved. It didn't accelerate away. It didn't climb or descend in a way that matched aircraft performance. It simply slid laterally, arcing around our nose and repositioning itself on the right side of the aircraft. The movement was smooth, and that's when I felt real unease. Because I'd heard about this before. Not in rumors, not online. In official briefings and incident summaries that never quite make the headlines. Commercial pilots in Europe have reported blue lights pacing aircraft at cruise altitude. Navy pilots off the US East Coast have described spherical objects that glow blue or white and maneuver without visible propulsion. FAA safety reports include entries describing unidentified luminous objects maintaining formation for extended periods before vanishing. There was a widely reported case years ago involving pilots over the Pacific who described blue orbs orbiting their aircraft at altitude. Another involved airline crews over the Middle East seeing similar lights during night operations, recorded by multiple cockpit crews independently. Those reports are always written carefully. No speculations, just behavior. And that's exactly what we were seeing. The orbs weren't affected by our wake. They didn't drift when we altered heading slightly. They weren't buffeted by air currents. They behaved like they were in their own environment, intersecting ours temporarily. Well, after about 10 minutes, ATC called us. They hadn't seen anything on radar, But another aircraft behind us had reported unusual blue lights in the same general area. That did something to my sense of scale. This wasn't isolated to us. We weren't being singled out. We were passing through something other crews had encountered too. The lights didn't vanish all at once. One dimmed and faded. Another followed a minute later. The last lingered the longest, holding position off the right wing before sliding backward and disappearing into the dark. No acceleration or flare, just gone. The rest of the flight was quiet. After landing, we wrote it up the only way you can write something like that up. Precise and minimal. Behavioral. No adjectives that didn't belong. 3 blue luminous objects observed at cruise altitude. Maintained relative position. No TCAS return, no radar contact. No turbulence or system anomalies. That's it. Later during the layover, a different crew approached us quietly. They asked if we'd seen anything unusual on the route. They didn't need to explain further. They had. And it was the same color and behavior and quiet departure. Now, nobody suggested aliens. Nobody joked. Nobody speculated. That's not how pilots talk about things that make them very uncomfortable. We talked about what happened, then we moved on. But from that point forward, whenever I flew at night over open water, I found myself scanning the dark a little more carefully. Incident 5. The Red Sky. This was the first time the sky stopped behaving like sky. Not visually strange in a subtle way or ambiguous. Not something you could rationalize if you stared at it long enough. It was very wrong. Now, this was a night flight over continental airspace, well within controlled routing, nothing remote or exotic. Weather briefings were clean across the board. No convective activity, no high cloud tops, no anomalies. The first half of the flight was uneventful enough that neither of us would have remembered it otherwise. The first sign came from the horizon. At first glance, it looked like distant weather illuminated by city glow. That happens sometimes. Storm systems can reflect sodium vapor lights and create strange colors at night. But this wasn't reflected light. The sky ahead of us, it was red. Not streaked, not layered or moving. A deep, uniform red filled the entire forward view, from left to right, from below the nose to well above our altitude. It didn't brighten gradually, it was simply there, like a wall we hadn't noticed until we were close enough to see it. I checked the weather radar immediately. Clear. I adjusted the tilt, increased gain, switched modes. Still clear. The first officer leaned forward, eyes fixed on the windshield. He didn't say anything at first. The red didn't get closer the way weather does. It didn't resolve into clouds or bands. Didn't change shape. It waited. And then the turbulence hit. Not chop or gradual build. The autopilot disconnected hard, and the aircraft lurched as if it struck resistance. Wasn't air pressure, it was something denser. The controls responded normally, but the feedback felt very wrong, like flying through a medium that wasn't uniform. And outside, the red intensified. And then things started to move inside it. These were not vague shapes. These were enormous. The first one became visible as a silhouette against the red, then resolved enough that scale became impossible to ignore. It was massive, longer than our entire wingspan, moving slowly across our forward field of view. It wasn't flying the way aircraft fly, it was swimming through the red, its body undulating as if the sky itself had depth. Then another appeared. Then another. They were huge. Not large animal huge, continental shelf huge. The kind of size you associate with deep ocean creatures. Things that only make sense where pressure and darkness hide scale. One passed close enough that I could see structure. There was a head. There were wings. More shapes followed, some vertical, rising through the red as if ascending from below, others horizontal, gliding past at different depths. One moved beneath us, and the aircraft jolted again, like we crossed a wake. The first officer said something then. Disbelief? ATC called us. They asked if we were experiencing turbulence. I answered yes and requested an immediate deviation. They approved it instantly. The turbulence intensified again. The aircraft shuddered as another massive shape passed close enough that I could see it. One of the creatures turned, and I don't want to describe it. I committed to a full reversal. Not a standard deviation or gradual turn. I turned the aircraft back the way we came. As the turn completed, the red began to collapse. It didn't fade, it was like it folded. The sky ahead compressed inward, forming a circular distortion, darker at the edges, lighter in the center. And then we crossed a boundary. The sky snapped back to normal. Black, empty stars. The turbulence stopped instantly. Autopilot re-engaged without complaint. All systems stabilized. No warnings or residual effects. It was like it hadn't happened. ATC called again, asking us to confirm heading and intentions. I told them we were returning to our departure airport due to unforeseen severe turbulence. That was true. The landing was uneventful. Maintenance found nothing wrong with the aircraft, no damage or sensor faults. The flight data showed sharp turbulence events, and it showed nothing else. Of course it didn't. Later, in a quiet room, the first officer asked the only question that mattered. What do you think would have happened if we kept going? I didn't answer. Now, this last incident is very hard to explain, not because it was frightening exactly, but because it was ridiculous. There was no red sky or lights, no voices on the radio. It was just weather. At least that's what it was supposed to be. We were on descent when the turbulence started. Not unusual at that altitude. Little rougher than forecast, but nothing that justified concern at first. Then it intensified rapidly. Sharp jolts, sudden drops, impacts against the fuselage loud enough to be heard over the engines. It sounded like hail. That's what I told the cabin crew. Secure the cabin, expect a rough ride, standard procedures. We checked weather radar. Nothing. No cells or returns or precipitation. And then something struck the windshield hard enough that both of us flinched. Another hit followed, then several more. Rapid, uneven impacts, like we were flying through a dense shower of debris. The aircraft shook violently. The turbulence wasn't smooth or patterned. It felt chaotic, as if objects were striking us from multiple directions. We slowed. We descended faster than planned. ATC asked if we needed assistance. I told them we were encountering severe turbulence and possible hail. That was the closest word available. By the time we broke out into clear air, the impact stopped as abruptly as they'd begun. The rest of the descent was smooth. The landing was uneventful, though the aircraft did need inspection before the next leg. That didn't surprise anyone. Hail can do serious damage even when radar misses it. What surprised everyone was what maintenance found. There were small, colorful fragments smeared along the leading edges of the wings, in gaps near control surfaces, embedded in places hailstones shouldn't reach. At first, one of the mechanics thought it was insulation or paint transfer from ground equipment. And then he picked one up, and it was sticky. Another one was intact enough to identify. A jelly bean. Not melted or burned, just cracked and flattened from impact. They found hundreds of them. Different colors: red, yellow, green, purple. Some stuck to the wing like residue. Others lodged in seams and crevices. A few had bounced hard enough to leave faint dye streaks in the paint. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Eventually, someone asked if a catering cart had exploded midair. It hadn't. Someone else suggested cargo contamination. Yeah, there was no cargo like that on board. Weather logs were checked. No reports of hail. No storms anywhere near our route. No explanation for why candy would be falling from the sky. The official report listed unknown foreign object debris associated with severe turbulence. The jelly beans were cleaned off and disposed of. I think I even saw a couple of our guys eating them. No samples were kept, as far as I know. Of all the things I have seen flying, that's the one people laugh about when they hear it. Even other pilots. Especially other pilots, and I don't blame them. But every time I see a maintenance crew inspecting wings after turbulence now, I think about how easy it is for something absurd to slip through the cracks of explanation. There was no monsters or lights or warnings. Just a hell of a lot of candy falling from an empty sky. Well, I still fly. That's usually the first question people ask when they hear some version of these stories. They expect hesitation or a change in tone, or an admission that something broke permanently in my brain after all this. It didn't, as far as I know. I still trust the airplane. I still trust the systems. I trust the people I fly with. Aviation works because it is built on discipline, repetition, and the refusal to panic when something unexpected happens. None of what I've described took that away from me. What it changed was how I think about the sky. Pilots are trained to believe that airspace is consistent, that distance in physics behaves the same everywhere, that time passes at the same rate regardless of where you are, as long as your clocks agree. We treat the sky like a three-dimensional map you can fold neatly into numbers. And most of the time that model works. But not always. Over the years, I've come to accept that there are pockets of airspace that don't behave the way the rest of it does. Places where objects arrive early, where time compresses, where voices come from aircraft that never landed, where lights pace you without showing up on anything that's supposed to see them, where entire sections of sky change character without warning. None of this happens often. That's important to understand. If it did, aviation wouldn't function. Flights wouldn't arrive. Systems would fail constantly, and people wouldn't shrug these things off and keep going. The rarity is what allows it to exist unnoticed. Most pilots go their entire careers without encountering anything like what I've described. Many who do encounter it will dismiss it, forget it, or decide it isn't worth talking about. This job doesn't encourage philosophical detours. We don't get paid to wonder. Still, there are quiet adjustments people make. Routes some crews don't like. Headings they avoid if they don't have to take them. Sections of sky that feel off on certain nights for reasons no one writes down. Now, none of this is official. None of it shows up in manuals. It doesn't need to. Aviation is full of unspoken rules. No, I don't think the sky is hostile. That's the part people get wrong when they hear stories like this. They jump straight to fear or invasion or intent. What I've seen doesn't feel aggressive exactly. Maybe it's indifferent. Like we're passing through systems that weren't designed with us in mind. The red sky didn't chase us. The lights didn't intercept us. The creatures didn't react beyond noticing that we were there. Even the jelly beans, as absurd as that sounds, didn't feel targeted. They just happened. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, because it suggests that whatever else exists up there isn't concerned with us one way or the other. It's like we're incidental. Most days we move through the sky unnoticed. Some days we brush up against something larger. Now, I don't tell passengers about any of this. I don't hint at it. I know a lot of people are afraid of flying. People deserve a calm flight. They deserve confidence. They deserve to believe that the sky behaves the same today as it did yesterday. And most of the time it does. If there's any advice buried in all this, it isn't about fear. It's about humility. The world is bigger than our systems. The sky is older than our maps. Just because we've learned how to move through it efficiently does not mean we understand it.
My name is Randy Cruz, and I've worked search and rescue in Appalachia for a little over 18 years. Most people have a very different idea of what this job looks like. They picture helicopters flying through storms, teams racing through the woods in the middle of the night, dangerous rescues hanging from ropes along the side of cliffs. That stuff does happen, but not as nearly as often as people think. Most of the job is less exciting. A hiker twists an ankle 3 miles from the nearest road. An elderly man with dementia wanders away from his property. A hunter loses his bearings after dark and spends the night walking in circles. These are the calls we get most often. The good news is that we usually find those people. Sometimes they're embarrassed or cold or injured, but most of the time they go home. Now, the mountains can be dangerous, but they aren't trying to kill anyone. At least that's what I believed when I first started. Back then, I was 24 years old and convinced I had one of the best jobs in the world. I grew up in Appalachia. The mountains never scared me. I spent my childhood hiking trails, fishing creeks, exploring old logging roads, and getting into places my parents would have killed me for visiting. By the time I joined search and rescue, I felt like I knew those mountains better than most people knew their own neighborhoods. And I quickly learned I was wrong. Appalachia, it's huge. Most people don't realize just how large it is until they see it for themselves. The mountain range stretches across multiple states. Thousands of square miles of forest cover the region. There are valleys that haven't changed much in 100 years. There are abandoned mines, forgotten homesteads, old cemeteries, and cave systems that go deeper underground than most people would ever willingly follow. You can spend your entire life here and still discover places you have never seen before. That's one of the reasons people disappear. The mountains don't have to do anything strange. All it takes is one wrong turn, one bad decision, one storm arriving earlier than expected, one missed trail marker. After that, things can go downhill very quickly. Over the years, I've searched for hundreds of people. In some cases lasted an hour, weeks, a few lasted months. Most of them had normal explanations. A person got lost or injured or panicked. Case closed. But every once in a while, we'd come across something that didn't fit neatly into a report. Something that made experienced people stop talking for a moment. Something that stayed with you long after the search ended. I'm not talking about monsters or ghosts, and I'm definitely not talking about internet stories. The 5 cases I'm about to tell you all came from actual searches I worked during my career. Now, before anyone starts drawing conclusions, I'm not claiming I know what happened in any of them. I don't. In every story, there are details that could probably be explained if someone had enough information. The problem is that we never found enough information. That's what makes these cases different. Most search and rescue operations end with answers. These didn't. Some ended with evidence that made no sense. Some ended with witnesses who all reported the same thing. Some ended with discoveries that still bother me years later. I still have copies of the reports. I still remember the names. And in a few cases, I still remember exactly where I was standing when things stopped making sense. The first story, it happened about 12 years ago, started with a missing couple. At the time, nobody thought it was going to be unusual. The boyfriend and girlfriend had gone hiking near a remote cave system that sat several miles from the nearest road. When they didn't come home, their families reported them missing. Search teams were assembled, maps were checked, volunteers arrived. Everything about the situation looked routine, at least in the beginning. Then we found the blood. And from that point forward, the search became something none of us ever forgot. The first story happened in October of 2014. At the time, I was working with a search and rescue unit based in eastern Tennessee. The area we covered included several state parks, large sections of national forest, and dozens of cave systems scattered throughout the mountains. Most of the caves were harmless if people stayed near the entrances. The problem was that people rarely did. Every year we'd get calls from hikers who wanted to explore somewhere they'd seen online or heard about from a friend. Most of them had no equipment, no maps, and no experience underground. Usually we found them. Sometimes we had to drag them out. And a few times we recovered bodies. That's why nobody thought much about the call when it first came in. A young couple had gone hiking near an old cave system known locally as Black Hollow Cave. The boyfriend was named Tyler Morgan. The girlfriend was named Emily Davis. Both were in their early 20s. According to their families, they planned a day hike and were supposed to be back before dark. When neither of them answered their phones that evening, relatives assumed they'd lost signal. The following morning, nobody had heard from them, and that's when the search started. I arrived at the command post shortly after sunrise. The weather was clear, visibility was good. We had volunteers, deputies, and 2 search dogs working the area. The couple's vehicle was found exactly where their family said it would be. A small trailhead parking lot roughly 3 miles from the cave entrance. Nothing looked unusual, no signs of foul play, no damaged vehicle, no indication they'd met anyone. Just an empty parking space surrounded by trees. Well, the first few hours went exactly as expected. Several teams searched the main trails, another group checked the cave entrance, a third team began working the surrounding ridges. Around noon, one of the volunteers located a water bottle. About 20 minutes later, another volunteer found a light jacket. Both items were identified by the family. And at that point, we knew we were in the right area. The items formed a rough path leading toward Black Hollow Cave. That wasn't surprising. The cave was the main attraction in that part of the forest. Most missing hikers eventually ended up there. My team reached the cave entrance around 2 in the afternoon. It wasn't especially large, maybe 20 feet wide. The opening sat at the base of a limestone ridge, partially covered by moss and brush. A cool draft flowed out continuously, strong enough to feel from several yards away. Several members of our team entered the cave while others searched outside, and nothing was found. No backpacks or clothing, no footprints we could identify. No signs that anyone had gone deeper into the system. As the afternoon continued, our search area expanded. Around 4 o'clock, Anthony Norton and I were assigned to search a narrow ridge running south of the cave. The terrain there was rough, loose rocks and dense trees, steep drop-offs. Not a place where people usually wandered unless they got lost. Well, we spent an hour moving through the area without finding anything. Then Anthony stopped. "Randy," he said. I walked over. He was pointing toward a rock about 10 feet away. At first I didn't see it, and then I noticed a dark stain. Blood. Not much, just a few drops. We marked the location and continued forward. About 20 yards later, we found more. Then more. The blood trail wasn't heavy. It looked more like someone walking while injured. A few drops here, a few drops there. Enough to follow. Not enough to explain. The discovery immediately changed the mood of the search.
Lost hikers are one thing, injured hikers are another. Now everyone was moving faster. Additional personnel were sent to our position. The blood trail continued along the ridge for nearly half a mile. Sometimes it disappeared, then it would reappear farther ahead. Every time we thought we'd lost it, another drop would show up on a rock or patch of leaves. The trail eventually led us toward an area none of us expected. A cliff. The ridge ended abruptly. Beyond it was a steep ravine dropping several hundred feet. The view below was mostly trees, large boulders, and thick brush. Anthony was the first to reach the edge. I arrived a few seconds later. The last blood drops were sitting on a flat section of rock less than 3 feet from the drop. We searched the immediate area carefully. There were no footprints, no signs of a struggle, no broken branches, nothing. Just blood, then open air. I remember standing there staring over the edge, trying to make sense of it. If someone had fallen, there should have been evidence below. Broken limbs, damaged brush, something. Instead, everything looked completely untouched. Additional teams arrived shortly afterward. Ropes were brought in, personnel descended into the ravine, drones were deployed. The entire area below the cliff was searched before sunset. And nothing, no bodies or clothing, no backpacks, no signs that anybody had ever been there. The blood samples were collected and later confirmed to belong to one of the missing hikers, and that only made things stranger. We knew at least one of them had been injured. We knew the blood trail was real and it ended at the cliff. What we didn't know was where either person had gone. The search continued for 6 more days. More volunteers arrived, additional dogs were brought in, helicopters searched the surrounding forest. Nearby caves were checked again. Every possible route was examined, and nothing. No additional evidence was ever located. The couple's phones were never found, no backpacks, no bodies ever found. It was like they'd simply vanished. The official investigation remained open for years. Various theories were discussed. Maybe they became lost and wandered farther than expected. Maybe the blood trail belonged to an unrelated injury. Maybe somebody removed evidence before search teams arrived. Every explanation had problems. The biggest problem was the cliff. I still think about that location. I've returned there several times over the years. Not as part of a search, but I don't know why exactly. Every time I stand on that ridge, I found myself looking over the edge again, trying to see something I missed, trying to find a detail that would finally make the whole thing fit together, but never does. What especially bothers me is the blood trail, because blood trails are supposed to lead somewhere, to a body or campsite, an injured person, evidence, to answers. This one led to a cliff, and then it simply stopped. 12 years later, Tyler Morgan and Emily Davis remain missing. No bodies have ever been recovered, no suspects were ever identified, and no explanation has ever fully accounted for what we found on that ridge. Out of all the searches I've worked, I think this is the one I revisit the most. I still don't know what happened after those last few drops of blood reached the edge of that cliff. The second story took place during the summer of 2018. At first, nobody connected the incidents. The reports came from different areas of the county and were spread out over nearly 2 weeks. Individually, none of them sounded especially unusual. Farmers occasionally found dead livestock. Deer sometimes died from disease or injury. People reported seeing strange animals in the mountains all the time. Most of those reports turned out to be nothing. This one didn't. The first call came from a property owner who lived near a cave system, about 20 miles north of where I was stationed. He discovered 2 dead goats early one morning while checking his fencing. Predators weren't unusual in that area. Black bears, coyotes, bobcats, and wild dogs all occasionally caused problems for livestock owners. Normally, when one of those animals attacked, the evidence was obvious. There'd be signs of a struggle, tracks, torn fencing, blood scattered throughout the area. The goats in this case looked different. Neither animal had been eaten. Neither animal appeared to have been dragged. Both were simply lying on the ground near a tree line. The property owner noticed 2 puncture wounds on the neck of each goat. That detail made enough people curious that photographs were taken. A wildlife officer examined the scene and initially suspected some kind of animal attack, but he couldn't identify what animal might have been responsible. The wounds were unusual. Not impossible, just unusual. The case likely would have ended there if similar reports hadn't started appearing over the following days. 3 days later, a hunter discovered a dead deer less than 5 miles away. The deer showed similar injuries. Again, there was surprisingly little blood present. There were puncture wounds, and again nobody could confidently identify what had happened. By the end of the week, several more animals had been found dead. Most were deer. One was a large wild hog. Another was a calf from a nearby farm. And that was when local rumors started spreading. People always talk, especially in small mountain communities. Some blamed coyotes, others blamed disease. A few started suggesting something much stranger. They claimed large bats had been seen flying near one of the cave systems in the area. Normally that would have been ignored. The problem was that the reports weren't coming from a single witness. They were coming from multiple people who didn't know each other. One witness claimed he saw several large shapes leaving the cave shortly after sunset. Another described seeing something circle above a pasture before disappearing toward the mountains. A third reported hearing unusual screeching sounds near the cave entrance during the evening. None of those reports proved anything. Witnesses make mistakes. People can exaggerate. Distance and darkness can make ordinary things look unusual. Still, enough reports accumulated that our department eventually became involved. Now, the cave itself sat in a remote section of forest accessible only by a rough dirt road. The entrance was considerably larger than most caves in the area, roughly 30 feet wide and extending downward into a network of tunnels that had never been fully mapped. Several agencies coordinated a survey of the area. I was part of one of the teams assigned to assist. When we arrived, the first thing we noticed was the smell. It was strange. The area around the entrance contained a strong animal odor that seemed far more concentrated than it should have been. Several piles of animal droppings were located near the opening. Wildlife activity clearly existed around the cave. Whether it had any connection to the reports was another matter. We spent most of the day documenting the area. Tracks were photographed, animal remains were collected. The cave interior was explored as far as safety allowed. Nothing definitive was found. No giant bats, no unknown animals, no evidence that anything extraordinary lived there. Still, some details bothered people. Several deer carcasses were located within a few hundred yards of the cave entrance. Again, many showed puncture wounds similar to those reported elsewhere. Wildlife specialists examined them and offered possible explanations, but nobody seemed completely satisfied. The timing also continued to attract attention. Most of the sightings were occurring at night. Many happened near the same cave. And several occurred during the days leading up to a full moon. That last detail probably means nothing. I want to be clear about that. People love connecting unusual events to full moons. Most of the time it's coincidence. Still, it was something witnesses repeatedly brought up when giving statements. The night of the full moon ended up producing the most reports. Our team wasn't conducting an active search that evening, but several of us were still in the area assisting with documentation and follow-up interviews. Around dusk, 2 local residents contacted authorities, claiming they'd seen large flying animals near the ridge above the cave. Their descriptions weren't identical, but they were similar enough to get attention. Both estimated wingspans significantly larger than any bats normally found in the region. Neither witness could provide photographs. Neither witness claimed to have seen details clearly. What they reported were silhouettes, large dark shapes crossing in front of the moon. And that was it. Nothing conclusive. Just enough to keep the rumors alive. Over the next several days, additional dead wildlife continued appearing throughout the area. Then, almost as suddenly as it started, Everything stopped. No more sightings or reports, no more unexplained animal deaths. The cave remained where it always been, and the forest returned to normal. Life moved on. Most people eventually forgot about the entire thing. I probably would have as well, if not for something I personally witnessed near the end of the investigation. A few days before the report stopped, I was part of a small team conducting a final evening survey near the cave entrance. There were 3 of us. We weren't expecting to find anything. The investigation had already reached a point where everyone assumed there would never be a definitive answer. We were simply documenting the area one last time before scaling operations back. The sun had already dropped behind the mountains. The forest was beginning to darken. Visibility wasn't great, but wasn't completely dark either. I remember standing near a rocky overlook above the cave entrance when one of the other team members pointed toward the valley below. At first, I couldn't see what we were looking at, and then I noticed movement. Several dark shapes were crossing above the tree line. The distance made identification difficult, very difficult. Whatever they were, they appeared larger than most birds. Their flight pattern looked unusual. For maybe 10 seconds, all 3 of us watched them move across the valley, and then they disappeared behind a ridge. And that was it. No attack, no monster emerging from a cave. Just a brief observation that none of us could confidently explain. Now, could they have been birds? Absolutely. Could distance and lighting have distorted what we were seeing? Without question. Could there be a perfectly normal explanation for everything that happened that summer? Probably. In fact, that's still the explanation I lean toward. But what I do find interesting is that nobody ever managed to provide that explanation. The animal deaths remained unexplained, the bite marks remained unusual, the witness reports remained consistent enough to be difficult to dismiss completely, and the cave continued generating stories long after the investigation ended. Even today, local residents occasionally bring it up. Most laugh about it, some don't. As for me, I don't know. I also don't think every witness simply imagined what they saw. Unfortunately, with whatever the truth was, it disappeared almost as quickly as it arrived. The sighting stopped, the animal death stopped, the investigation ended, and the mountains kept their answer. So in this third story, nobody disappeared, nobody died or got injured. In fact, if you heard the story from certain people, you'd probably dismiss it immediately and move on with your day. And honestly, I wouldn't blame you. If somebody had told me this story before I saw part of it for myself, I probably would have done the same thing. The reason it stayed with me isn't because I think something supernatural happened. I don't know. It's because I still don't have a good explanation for what multiple groups of people reported seeing over the course of nearly 3 weeks. The incident took place during the winter of 2021. The area involved was a large section of mountain forest that sat roughly 15 miles from the nearest town. The section contained several hiking trails, a few seasonal campsites, and enough wildlife that search and rescue teams were frequently called out to assist lost hunters or stranded hikers. The first report came from a pair of campers. At the time, nobody paid much attention to it. The 2 men claimed they'd seen a pack of wolves moving along a ridgeline shortly after sunset. And that wasn't strange. While wolves aren't common throughout much of Appalachia, occasional sightings are reported, and large wild dogs or coyotes are frequently mistaken for wolves from a distance. The unusual part wasn't the animals themselves. It was the description. Both men insisted the wolves appeared to be glowing. They described it as a faint blue-green sheen that seemed visible along portions of the animal's fur whenever the moonlight hit them. The report was written down, a few jokes were made, and everybody moved on. And about 4 days later, another report came in. This time it came from a married couple who had been driving along a mountain road after dark. Neither knew the original witnesses, neither had any reason to make up the story. Their description, though, was remarkably similar. They reported seeing several wolf-like animals standing near the tree line overlooking a field. Again, the witnesses described a strange glow. Again, they specifically mentioned a bluish color, and they struggled to explain exactly what they'd seen. At that point, the reports became interesting. Not because they proved anything, but because independent witnesses were describing similar details. A week later, a group of hunters submitted another report. Then another family. Then a hiker. The descriptions varied slightly from person to person, but several details remained consistent. The animals always appeared in groups. Most witnesses estimated between 5 and 8 wolves. The sightings generally occurred around dusk or shortly after dark, and nearly everyone described the same unusual coloration: blue, green, silver. The exact shade changed depending on the witness. The basic description remained surprisingly consistent. Now, at first, most of us assumed there was a straightforward explanation. Moonlight can create strange effects, fog can distort visibility, animal eyes often reflect light in unusual ways, distance can make almost anything look different than it actually is. All of those explanations seemed reasonable. The problem was the reports kept coming. Eventually, enough people had reported seeing the animals that our department became involved. Not because we thought glowing wolves were roaming the mountains, but because any large predator sightings near hiking areas tend to attract attention. One afternoon, I was assigned to investigate several of the locations where witnesses claimed the animals had been seen. Sarah Williams came with me. At the time, Sarah had already spent nearly a decade working in search and rescue, and was one of the more experienced people on our team. Like me, she wasn't especially impressed by the stories. We spent most of the day checking trails, interviewing witnesses, and documenting locations. Nothing stood out. No unusual tracks, no unusual animal remains, no evidence that anything extraordinary was taking place. By late afternoon, we'd essentially concluded that the sightings were probably being exaggerated through repetition. And then the sun started going down. We were driving along a Forest Service road near one of the more recent sighting locations when Sarah suddenly pointed toward a distant ridge. "Do you see that?" I looked where she was pointing. At first I didn't, and then I noticed movement. Several animals were crossing the ridge line approximately half a mile away. And even from that distance, the size was obvious. They were considerably larger than coyotes. There were 6 of them, maybe 7, it's difficult to say exactly. We pulled over and watched. Neither of us spoke for several seconds. The wolves weren't running. They weren't hunting. They were simply moving along the ridgeline from east to west. And then I saw something happen whenever they crossed patches of open ground. The moon had already risen above the mountains, its light reflected across portions of their bodies. And for brief moments, the fur appeared almost luminous. Not glowing, that's still not the word I'd use, but there was definitely something unusual about the way the light interacted with them. The effect reminded me of certain fish scales or bird feathers that appear to change color depending on the angle. The animals would move through shadow, then moonlight would hit them. And for a second or two, portions of their fur would appear silver blue. Then the effect would vanish again. We watched the pack for perhaps a minute before they disappeared into the trees. And that was the entirety of the encounter. Just a distant observation that happened to match many of the previous witness reports. Afterward, Sarah and I spent quite a bit of time discussing possible explanations. Neither of us believed the wolves were literally glowing. The more likely explanation involved moonlight, winter conditions, and some unusual characteristic of the animals' coats. Certain species display surprisingly strange reflective properties under specific lighting conditions. And that explanation made sense. The problem was that nobody could ever confirm it. Wildlife officials never managed to identify the specific animals involved. Photographs were attempted but never produced anything unusual. Several blurry images circulated online, maybe you've seen them, but none were clear enough to prove anything. And within a few weeks, the sightings stopped. Just like that. The wolves simply disappeared from public attention. Maybe they moved to another area. Maybe witness interest faded. Maybe people stopped reporting what they saw. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that at least 3 separate groups of witnesses reported seeing nearly identical details before those reports became widely known. And then Sarah Williams and I observed something that appeared remarkably similar ourselves. Could there be a perfectly ordinary explanation? Absolutely. In fact, that's what I still believe. But every mystery doesn't need a monster to be interesting. Sometimes a mystery is simply a collection of observations that never quite fit together neatly enough to produce a final answer. The glowing wolves were one of those mysteries. Nobody was ever harmed, nothing dangerous ever occurred. The animals never approached people, they never attacked livestock, they never behaved aggressively. They simply appeared for a few weeks during one winter, walked across a handful of ridge lines under the moonlight, and then vanished back into the Appalachian forest. The fourth story happened during a search that honestly wasn't particularly unusual, at least not at first. An elderly man in his 70s had gone missing after leaving a campground near the state line. He wasn't suffering from dementia or any known medical condition. According to his family, he simply enjoyed hiking and often spent time exploring the woods on his own. The problem was that he failed to return when he said he would. After about 24 hours without contact, a search operation was organized. By that point, I'd been working search and rescue for well over a decade, and I'd participated in enough missing persons cases to know that the first day is usually the most important. If someone is lost, injured, or unable to move, every hour matters. Well, we spent the entire morning searching trails, old logging roads, creek beds, and several ridges near the campground. Nothing. No signs that the missing man had passed through the area. By late afternoon, several search teams had begun expanding farther into the surrounding forest. I was assigned to work a section of terrain roughly 2 miles from the campground, along with another volunteer named Gordon Bryant. The area was heavily wooded and relatively steep, with large rock formations scattered throughout the hillside. Most of our time was spent moving slowly through the trees while looking for anything that seemed out of place. The search continued that way for several hours, and then just before sunset, I heard something. At first I thought it was another search team using a portable radio. The sound was faint, so faint that I almost ignored it. But after a few moments, I realized it wasn't coming from a modern radio at all. It sounded like an actual broadcast. Music, voices, static. The sort of thing you would expect from an old AM radio station. I stopped walking and listened. Gordon heard it too. "You hear that?" he asked. I nodded. The sound seemed to be coming from farther down the slope. We assumed someone had left a radio in the woods, maybe a hunter or a camper. Either way, we headed toward it. The signal became stronger as we approached. The strange thing wasn't the radio itself. It was what it was playing. At first I couldn't place it. And then I started recognizing certain details. The music, the advertisements, the voices. Something about it felt very familiar. We eventually found the source sitting beside a fallen tree, and it was an old portable radio, the kind people used decades ago. The casing was scratched and weathered, but it appeared mostly intact. The speaker was still working. The broadcast was coming through clearly. I picked the radio up and listened, and that's when I started getting a strange feeling, because I recognized what I was hearing. I was born in the early 1980s. When I was growing up, my father listened to talk radio constantly. Every evening it seemed like there was some old radio show playing somewhere in the house, whether I wanted to hear it or not. As I stood there in the woods, I realized I was listening to one of those same programs. Not a modern replay or a podcast, the actual broadcast. Or at least what sounded like the actual broadcast. The advertisements were from the 1990s, the news stories from then, the sports scores being discussed were from the 1990s. Everything sounded exactly like something that would have been airing when I was a kid. I remember looking at Gordon and laughing. Not because it was funny, but because it was weird. Really weird. And he agreed. For several minutes, we just stood there listening. The hosts were discussing current events as though they were happening in real time. The advertisements referenced products and businesses that either no longer existed or hadn't used those commercials in decades. It sounded like somebody had somehow tuned into the past. Obviously, that wasn't possible. Still, it was difficult to ignore how strange it felt. Well, eventually we resumed searching. I carried the radio with me while we continued working our assigned area. The broadcast never stopped. The signal remained surprisingly clear. Several times, I adjusted the tuning dial to see if I could identify a station. Nothing happened. The program continued exactly as before, no matter where the dial was positioned. I couldn't explain that. As darkness approached, our team received instructions to return to the command post. The missing man still hadn't been found. Gordon and I began making our way back through the forest. The radio continued playing the entire time. Music, commercials, talk shows, everything sounding like it comes straight out of the 90s. I remember hearing an advertisement that I hadn't heard since high school, an ad I was completely certain had disappeared decades ago. By the time we reached the command post, it was fully dark. Vehicles were parked throughout a clearing near the road. Generators were running. Search coordinators were updating maps. The operation looked exactly as it had all day. Nothing unusual or mysterious. I stepped into the edge of the clearing, and the radio immediately died. Not faded or crackled or weakened, it just stopped. 1 second it was broadcasting, the next second there was silence. The radio never produced another sound. Not that night, not the following day, not ever. We eventually brought it back to headquarters and examined it more closely. And nobody found anything remarkable. No hidden recording device, no obvious explanation. Just an old radio that no longer worked. As for the missing man, well, we eventually located him 2 days later. He'd suffered a minor injury and become stranded in a remote section of forest. Fortunately, he survived. The search ended successfully. The radio didn't. To this day, I still don't know what was happening out there. Maybe it'd been some kind of pre-recorded audio. Maybe there was a technical explanation I simply didn't understand. Maybe there was a station somewhere rebroadcasting old programs. All of those explanations sound reasonable. What I can't explain is why the radio worked perfectly for hours in the middle of the mountains and then went completely silent the moment I walked back into camp. Maybe it was a coincidence. Honestly, it probably was. But every now and then, I still think about that old radio sitting beside that fallen tree, playing voices from 30 years ago in the middle of the Appalachian wilderness. The final story for tonight happened about 6 years ago. And out of everything I've talked about so far, it makes me the most uncomfortable. I've searched abandoned buildings before. Hundreds of them. Old cabins, collapsed barns, mining structures, shacks hidden deep in the woods. Most of them are exactly what you'd expect. Empty, dirty, fallen apart. This place was different. The call came in during early autumn. A 9-year-old boy had gone missing from a campground located near a mountain ridge several miles from the nearest town. According to his parents, he'd wandered away sometime during the afternoon while they were setting up camp. When they realized he was gone, they searched for nearly an hour before contacting authorities. By the time our team arrived, daylight was already beginning to fade. The boy's name was Ethan. He had no history of running away, no medical issues, no reason to intentionally leave the campground. The assumption was that he'd simply wandered off and become lost. Cases like that happen more often than people realize. Children get distracted. They chase animals, they follow trails. Sometimes they don't realize how far they've traveled until it's too late. The initial search focused on the area surrounding the campground. Teams spread out across nearby trails and forest roads. Volunteers searched creek beds and wooded sections surrounding the ridge. For the first several hours, we found absolutely nothing. No footprints or discarded clothing. No signs of where Ethan might have gone. As darkness settled in, we transitioned into a nighttime search operation. Additional personnel arrived. More equipment was brought in. The search continued through the night. Around sunrise the following morning, one of the volunteers discovered something interesting. A small section of disturbed vegetation near an overgrown path. The path wasn't marked on any modern maps. It appeared to be extremely old, possibly an abandoned access road that hadn't been used in decades. The trail climbed toward the highest section of the ridge, and a team was assembled to follow it. I was assigned to that group, along with Linda Harper and Gordon Bryant. The three of us started up the trail shortly after 8 in the morning. The climb took nearly an hour. The higher we went, the stranger the area became. The forest grew thicker. The path became narrower. In several places, fallen trees had partially blocked the route. It honestly didn't seem like somewhere anyone would choose to visit, especially a child. And then we saw the house. It sat near the very top of the ridge, overlooking miles of forest. At one point, it had probably been beautiful. Now it looked abandoned. The structure was old enough that portions of the roof had started sagging inward. Several windows were broken. The paint had almost completely peeled away. What immediately caught my attention wasn't the condition of the building. It was the wind chimes. There were dozens and dozens of them, maybe more. They hung from the porch, from nearby trees, from hooks attached beneath the roof. Some appeared fairly normal, others did not. Several looked homemade, twisted pieces of metal tied together with wire, odd shapes cut from rusted sheets of steel, objects hanging upside down from string. None of them matched, none of them looked decorative. The entire property felt, and I know this sounds crazy, but the entire property felt evil. I know that's a vague description, but it's the best one I can give. I've spent most of my adult life searching isolated places, and something about that house immediately made me very uneasy. Apparently, I wasn't the only one. Linda looked at the structure for several seconds before speaking. "You guys getting a weird feeling from this place?" "Yeah," Gordon replied. I agreed. The house sat completely silent, except for the movement of the wind chimes. No vehicles or smoke, no signs of recent activity. Still, because a child was missing nearby, we had no choice but to investigate. We approached the front door and knocked several times. No answer. Linda called out, "Hello?" Nothing. Gordon walked around one side of the house while I checked the other, and every window I looked through showed the same thing. Dust, old furniture, dark rooms. No people or movement. Eventually, we regrouped near the front entrance. The door wasn't locked, and because of the missing child, we made the decision to enter. The interior looked even older than the outside. Dust covered nearly every surface. Several rooms contained furniture that appeared decades out of date. A grandfather clock stood against one wall. Bookshelves filled with deteriorating books lined another. In some places, it honestly looked as though somebody had simply walked away and never returned. The strange decorations continued throughout the house. Symbols had been carved into portions of the woodwork. Most were simply geometric shapes, circles, lines, patterns. I couldn't identify any of them. To be fair, they may have meant absolutely nothing. People carve strange things into wood all the time. Still, combined with everything else, they added to the atmosphere. We spent nearly 20 minutes searching the structure, and nothing. No sign of Ethan, no indication anybody currently lived there. Eventually, we concluded the house probably had no connection to the disappearance, and we began preparing to leave. And then I noticed movement. At first, I thought I imagined it. Just a brief flicker near one side of the building. I stopped walking and looked back. There it was again. A shape moving behind a dirty window near ground level. A cellar window. I immediately called Linda and Gordon over. All three of us approached the side of the house. The window was partially covered in dirt and grime, but there was definitely something moving inside. For a moment, I thought it might be an animal. And then I saw a face. A child's face. I don't think any of us waited more than a second. We rushed down the cellar entrance and forced the old door open. The basement was dark and smelled strongly of mildew. Flashlights came out immediately. We moved down the stairs, and the room wasn't especially big. Maybe, 20 feet across. Old shelves lined the walls. Boxes sat stacked in corners. And near the back of the room, curled beside a support beam, was Ethan. Alive, scared, and completely confused. Well, the relief all three of us felt in that moment, it's difficult to describe. After nearly a full day of searching, we had finally found him. The strange part came afterward. Once we got him outside and started asking questions, Ethan couldn't explain how he'd gotten there. Not just parts of it, any of it. He remembered being at the campground, walking into the woods. After that, almost nothing. He didn't know how he reached the ridge. He didn't know how he entered the house. He didn't know how long he'd been inside the cellar. According to medical personnel, he was dehydrated and exhausted, but otherwise healthy. No evidence suggested anybody had harmed him. No evidence suggested anybody had ever been in the house recently. And that should have been the end of the story. In many ways it was. Ethan was reunited with his family. The search ended successfully, and everyone went home. But the house continued bothering me. Over the following months, I occasionally asked questions about it. Who owned it? Who had lived there? Why had it been abandoned? And the answers were surprisingly difficult to find. Property records existed, but they were incomplete. Ownership appeared to have changed multiple times over the years. Nobody seemed to know much about its history. Nobody seemed particularly interested in preserving it either. Roughly a year later, I learned the county had condemned the structure, and shortly afterward it was demolished. Today there is very little of it left, just fragments of foundation hidden beneath brush and trees. Now maybe there was a perfectly normal explanation for everything. Maybe Ethan wandered inside while lost and simply couldn't remember the details afterward. Children sometimes forget things after stressful events. But even now, years later, I still remember standing in front of that house for the first time. I remember those strange wind chimes hanging from the trees. I remember the carved symbols. I remember the silence. And I remember the feeling I got the moment I stepped through the front door. I've searched a lot of places throughout Appalachia. Most of them feel abandoned. That house didn't. That house felt occupied by something bad. Well, those are some of the strangest cases I've encountered during my years working search and rescue in Appalachia. Looking back on them now, I don't think any of these stories prove anything supernatural. I don't know that there's vampires living in caves, glowing wolves roaming the ridgelines, or radio somehow broadcasting signals from the past. Most of the people I've worked with over the years, they'd probably tell you the same thing. The problem is that having a reasonable explanation and having the correct explanation aren't always the same thing. In search and rescue, our job is usually to find answers. We locate the missing person, we determine where they went, we identify what happened and how it happened. Most cases eventually reach a point where all the pieces fit together. These didn't. A young couple vanished after leaving behind a trail of blood that ended at the edge of a cliff. A series of unexplained animal deaths were linked to sightings nobody could verify. Multiple groups of witnesses reported seeing wolves that appeared almost luminous beneath the moonlight. An old radio played broadcasts from my childhood before going silent forever. And a missing child somehow ended up inside an abandoned house at the top of a mountain ridge without any memory of how he got there. Maybe every one of those stories has a perfectly ordinary explanation. Honestly, I hope they do. I've spent enough time in the mountains to know that nature creates mysteries all by itself. Distance distorts things. Darkness hides details. People misremember events. Fear changes perception, and sometimes a collection of small coincidences can look a lot stranger than it really is. But every once in a while, you come across something that doesn't fit neatly into a report, and no matter how many years pass, you still find yourself thinking about it. And that's what these stories became for me. Not proof, just unexplained questions. The mountains are full of them. Most people think of Appalachia as a place of forests, rivers, trails, and small towns tucked between ridges. And most of the time, that's exactly what it is. Families live here. People work here. Kids grow up here. Life goes on exactly the way it always has. But it's also a place with thousands of square miles of wilderness, countless caves, forgotten roads, abandoned structures, and stretches of forest where a person can walk for hours without seeing another human being. There are places out there that few people ever visit. And there are stories that never receive an explanation.
The first time I watched a bull elk collapse from a broken leg in Lamar Valley, there were 100 tourists 10 yards away with cameras in their hands. The animal had stopped wrong in a shallow rut during a sparring run. One miscalculation. The leg snapped clean. The sound carried farther than people expected. For a few seconds, nobody moved. And then the phones came up. I was there on a routine patrol assignment, still new to Yellowstone. Still learning how quickly something ordinary can turn permanent out here. The elk tried to stand twice, failed both times. The herd moved on without him. By sunset, predators had already circled back. That was my first lesson in Yellowstone. The park doesn't pause because something went wrong. My name is Peter Wins, and I've worked search and rescue here for 14 years, long enough to stop reacting to beauty. Long enough to see structure beneath the scenery. People think of Yellowstone as landmarks, old faithful erupting on schedule, the bright layered terraces at Mammoth Hot Springs, the surreal color of grand prismatic spring, the roar of the lower falls crashing into the canyon. Those places are real. They're also controlled, managed, bordered by railings and boardwalks and signs written in clear language. The rest of the park stretches far beyond that vision. North of Canyon Village, the timber closes in thick enough that noon light turns flat and gray. Near Norris Geyser Basin, the ground steams in quiet vents that don't announce how deep the heat runs. The ridgelines around Mount Washburn take wind from 3 directions at once and send it back down the slopes in unpredictable bursts. Yellowstone covers over 2 million acres. That scale matters. Terrain changes quickly. Elevation shifts your breathing. Weather arrives earlier than forecast. Distance looks manageable until you account for grade. Search and rescue exists inside those margins. I didn't take this job because I wanted stories. I grew up in Montana. My father worked seasonal trail crews during the summers. I learned to read cloud buildup before I learned to drive. After serving in the Army, I came back with a preference for clear systems. Yellowstone is one, even if it doesn't advertise itself that way. There are rules here. Cold water steals body heat fast, especially in the Yellowstone River near Fishing Bridge during runoff. Thermal crust near the edges of some basins will collapse without warning if you step off marked ground. A 10-mile hike in Hayden Valley under sun and wind demands more water than most visitors carry. If you respect those rules, you can predict most outcomes. When dispatch calls in a missing hiker, Marty Singh gives us the details in the same measured tone every time. Last known coordinates, clothing description, experience level, time overdue. We confirm, we map, we assign sectors. Rena Caldwell checks gear before we move. She counts carabiners without being asked. She studies the terrain overlay longer than most. If aviation's required, Wes Harlan clears airspace and checks wind drift over ridges. He knows which canyon walls create turbulence before you ever see the rotor spin. Most missions follow a pattern: separation at a junction, underestimated distance on a switchback, dehydration, a twisted ankle near inspiration point, a solo backpacker overdue near the waterfalls. We move, we locate, we extract. That's the rhythm. Yellowstone, for all its size, behaves predictably most of the time. You learn how long it takes to move a mile in lodgepole pine versus open meadow. You learn how your radio signals carry along the canyon rim versus down in the timber. You learn where GPS loses strength near thermal interference and where it locks in clean. Experience sharpens your internal measurements. After enough years, you know when your body has climbed 800 feet versus 600. You know when 40 pounds of gear should have slowed you more than it did. You know when a ridge should appear in your line of sight based on map and pace. That calibration keeps you alive. It also means you notice when something shifts. There are areas in this park where the spacing between landmarks feels tighter than it measures on paper. Corridors of timber where sound carries in ways that don't match the density of the trees. Stretches of trail near certain basin edges where wind behaves inconsistently with the open sky above. None of that appears on brochures. Visitors move from Mammoth to Old Faithful to the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone and believe they've seen it all. They haven't stepped into the longer miles beyond the maintained loops. They haven't felt how quiet it becomes near the backcountry stretches north of Tower Fall after the day traffic fades. Yellowstone doesn't announce how big it is. It lets you misjudge it. And it doesn't announce its strangeness either. The first few years I worked here, I focused entirely on procedure. Map, pace, weather, equipment. If something felt off, I checked batteries, rechecked coordinates, adjusted for terrain. Most irregularities resolve that way. But after a decade, you build a deeper familiarity with the park. You recognize how the sun drops behind the range. You anticipate how long the canyon shadow takes to reach the river. You know how long it should take to cross a meadow with steady footing and moderate wind. When those expectations fail to line up, it stands out. Yellowstone is stable enough that deviation becomes obvious to anyone who's spent enough time inside it. There are specific ridgelines and timber corridors where I've seen that deviation more than once. Specific creek bends and basin edges where radio behavior changes in subtle but measurable ways. Specific stretches where distance compresses or expands against the clock you're wearing. The park doesn't look different in those places. Doesn't sound different, but the math shifts. And in search and rescue, when the math shifts, you pay attention. Because the only thing more dangerous than weather or wildlife in Yellowstone is assuming the terrain will behave exactly the way it did yesterday. It won't. And the first time that difference mattered, it began with a call that should have been routine. The call came in just after noon. Clear skies over Canyon Valley. Light wind out of the west. 68 degrees and dry. The kind of day that fills every pullout and clogs every trailhead by 10 in the morning. Marty's voice came through, steady as always.
14-year-old male, separated from family near the junction between Ribbon Lake Trail and the main loop. Last visual was approximately 45 minutes ago. Phone pinged twice. Signal weak, but active.
Teenagers get turned around fast in timber. They move quicker than adults, and they're more likely to keep walking instead of stopping. Rena and I staged at the trailhead within 20 minutes. The parents were there, mother pale, father trying to answer questions clearly. The boy's name was Tyler. Blue windbreaker, gray hiking shoes, small day pack with one bottle of water. Did he cross the creek? I asked.
No,
The father said immediately.
he was right behind us.
We stopped at the junction sign, and he wasn't there when we turned back. The creek ran shallow this time of year, but cold. Crossing it would mean wet boots. Wet boots meant slowed movement. Slowed movement meant we'd find him quicker. We marked the last known point at the junction sign. Clean dirt, heavy foot traffic, nothing useful. Rena took the east sector. I took west for 50 yards, then cut back. Standard, expanding search. About 20 minutes in, Rena called out, "Peter!" I crossed to her position. Fresh boot prints in soft soil, smaller size, deep enough to be recent. The tread pattern matched what the father described, gray hiking shoes with a triangular lug pattern. The prints were on the far side of the creek. No scuffing on the near bank, no clear slide marks down the mud. "Parents said he didn't cross," Rena said. "Parents don't always know," I replied. We crossed. The water came just over the ankle, cold enough to sting through fabric. On the far bank, the prints were clear, even spacing, straight line, no erratic pivots like someone panicking. He'd moved calmly. We called it in. Marty logged our direction change.
Phone just attempted another ping.
Marty said.
Weak. Approximately 300 yards northeast of your current position.
That aligned with the direction of the tracks. We followed. The prints kept steady through timber. They avoided deadfall naturally, as if Tyler had adjusted his path deliberately instead of wandering. At one point, they curved slightly around a shallow dip, then returned to the original heading. Logical movement, no backtracking. After 10 minutes, Marty's voice cut back in.
Parents received a voicemail from Tyler's phone. Time-stamped 1 minute ago.
What did it say? I asked.
Short message, I'm back at the sign.
He replied. Rena and I stopped walking. The junction sign was behind us. We'd left it nearly 40 minutes ago. Parents confirmed Tyler hadn't returned. Ping location? I asked.
Still northeast of you, moving slowly.
We kept following the tracks. Another 100 yards. The timber thinned slightly. Sunlight filtered through. We saw him before he saw us. Tyler was sitting against a fallen tree, knees pulled up, blue windbreaker zipped to his chin. He looked tired but alert. "Tyler," I called. He turned fast. Relief hit his face immediately. We approached slowly, and no visible injuries, no signs of hypothermia, beyond mild shivering. "Did you cross the creek?" I asked while Rena checked his pulse and hands. He shook his head. "No." "Well, we found your prints across it." "I didn't cross anything." "Did you call your mom?" "I tried earlier, but it wouldn't connect." "She got a voicemail just now." He frowned. I didn't leave one." Well, stress scrambles memory, I thought. That happens. We wrapped him in a thermal layer and started moving back. As we walked, I glanced at the ground. Our tracks were clear in the soil, fresh. Tyler's earlier prints ran straight back toward the creek. At the waterline, we paused. There were our inbound tracks. There were Tyler's outbound tracks. On both sides of the creek. I looked at Rena, and she looked at the bank carefully. There was no slide mark where it would have entered. No disturbed mud on the near side from a first crossing. Only the clean pattern of prints already established on the far bank when we arrived. We crossed again with him. Back at the junction sign, the parents ran to him. Tears, hugging, overlapping voices. Marty logged recovery time. And standard debrief followed. I asked Tyler once more about the creek. "I saw your lights in the trees," he said casually. "It's daylight," I said. "Yeah, I know, but I saw him before you called out. I thought you were behind me." We hadn't deployed headlamps. None were active, I thought. People misperceive under stress. Light filtering through timber can reflect unpredictably. We wrote the report clearly. Subject located alive. No major injury. Movement inconsistent with subject recollection. Phone irregularities, likely signal delay. The official explanation was simple. Confusion, delayed voicemail, stress memory gaps, overlapping foot traffic misread. Every piece of it had a rational option. But the spacing of those prints, clear, forward-moving, already established across the creek before our boots entered the water, they stayed in my mind. Not because it frightened me, but because things didn't line up. And in this job, that matters. The hill above Hayden Valley. The call came in at 9:47 p.m. Group of hikers overdue near the ridge line above Hayden Valley. 12 names on the backcountry permit. They were supposed to be down before dark. No checkout at the trailhead. Weather was stable. Clear sky, thin crescent moon, wind low but steady along the ridge. Night searches change the equation. Depth perception drops. Sound carries differently. You move slower because footing matters more than speed. Rena and I staged with 2 additional team members and began the ascent. The trail up that hill is gradual at first, then steep for the last quarter mile, gravel over hard dirt, loose rock near the crest. About halfway up, we heard it. A low buzzing sound. Not mechanical in the way a generator hums, not sharp like a drone. It had a layered quality, like multiple tones sitting on top of each other. It carried down the slope in steady waves. Rena stopped walking. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I said. We scanned the sky. Clear, stars visible, no aircraft strobes, no rotor sound. The buzzing didn't rise or fall with wind. It stayed constant. We continued climbing. As we neared the crest, we saw silhouettes against the sky. All 12 hikers were standing at the top of the hill. They weren't moving or talking. They were all looking straight up. Every one of them. We closed the distance quickly. "Park Service," I called out. "You need to come down." No reaction. They were positioned close to the edge, near a steep drop that fell toward the valley. One misstep in the dark, and somebody could have gone over. The buzzing grew louder near the top. It vibrated faintly in my chest, not painful, but present. I stepped up beside the nearest hiker, a woman in her 30s. Her face was tilted skyward, eyes wide open, unblinking. "What are you looking at?" I asked. She didn't answer. I followed her line of sight. Directly above the ridge, maybe a few hundred feet up, something hovered. It wasn't shaped like any aircraft I recognized. There were no blinking navigation lights, no beam projecting downward. It looked like a dark, flattened oval against the stars. Edges indistinct, but clearly defined against the sky. It held position exactly, without any drift. The buzzing intensified slightly. Rena stepped beside me. "You seeing this?" "Yeah," I said again. None of the hikers reacted to our voices. They stood shoulder to shoulder, just staring up. A few had their hands slightly raised, palms forward. No reaching, just lifted. I keyed my radio. "Marty, we have visual on subjects. They're stationary at the ridge crest and we need assistance." The buzzing interfered with the transmission. Static bled into the channel.
Repeat.
Marty's voice cut in, then broke apart. I tried again. The object shifted slightly to the left. No acceleration or visible propulsion. It simply repositioned. The hikers took a half step forward as a group. toward the edge. And that snapped me out of watching. "We gotta pull them back," I said to Rena. And we moved fast. I grabbed the nearest man by his backpack straps and I yanked him backward. He resisted weakly, not actively fighting, just stiff. Rena hooked an arm around the woman beside her and dragged her down to a seated position. The buzzing spiked for a second, louder and sharper, then dropped back to its steady tone. "Down," I said to the others. "Sit down." One of our team members reached the crest and began physically guiding two hikers away from the edge. It took effort. They were responsive, but delayed, like they were waking from deep sleep. The object above us rose slightly, no tilt or visible thrust. It climbed straight up. As it gained altitude, the buzzing softened, and within seconds, it was higher than the surrounding ridgelines. Then it moved laterally at a speed that didn't match conventional aircraft. Smooth and fast, no sound change. It disappeared against the star field, and the buzzing stopped instantly. Complete silence followed. Wind resumed its normal tone through the grass. The hikers blinked almost in unison. The woman Rena had pulled down looked around, confused. "What happened?" she asked. "You were standing at the edge," I said. She looked over her shoulder at the drop and went pale. "We were watching it," one of the men said slowly. "It came over the valley." "Watching what exactly?" I asked. He pointed upward. "The light." "There was no light," Rena said. He frowned. "It was right there." Another hiker spoke up. It was humming." "Do you remember walking up here?" I asked. They nodded. "Do you remember standing this close to the edge?" They all looked down at the drop. Several shook their heads. One woman started crying quietly. We moved them downhill immediately. No debate or delay. Radio communication normalized halfway down the slope. Marty's voice came through clear.
"Lost your transmission for 30 seconds. Repeat status."
"Subjects located," I said. "All ambulatory. Descending now." At base, statements were taken. Descriptions varied slightly, but all 12 agreed on key points. A dark shape above the ridge. A humming sound. A feeling of being drawn upward. No one remembered us arriving until we physically grabbed them. We filed the report carefully. Unidentified aerial object observed. Audible buzzing interference. Subjects disoriented at ridge edge. No injuries. County officials followed up. Air traffic control confirmed no scheduled flights in that sector at the time. No drones registered. No military exercises. The hikers were interviewed separately. Stories aligned too closely to dismiss as suggestion. Word spread quickly. Local news picked it up. Strange lights in Yellowstone. Most people laughed it off. Weather balloon, drone prank, mass suggestion. But nobody could explain the radio interference. Nobody could explain why 12 people stood motionless at the edge of a dark drop, unresponsive to voices, until physically pulled away. Rena and I were asked if we believed it was extraterrestrial. We didn't answer that question. We described what we saw, we described the sound, we described the movement. After that night, I added the hill above Hayden Valley to the list of places I pay closer attention to. Not because of speculation, but because for 30 seconds on a clear night, 12 people stopped responding to their surroundings and stared at something that did not behave like any aircraft I've ever seen. And if we'd arrived just, a minute later, I think at least one of them would have stepped forward. The missing minutes on the switchbacks. The call came in mid-afternoon. Solo hiker overdue on the Mount Washburn Trail. Female, early 30s, experienced. Signed out at 9:10 a.m., planned to summit and return by 1 p.m. Her car was still on the lot at 4:25. Weather was steady but thinning. High clouds moving in from the west. Wind picking up along exposed sections. Mount Washburn isn't technical, but it's exposed. The switchbacks climb gradually, then tighten near the summit. You can see long stretches of trail from below, which makes it easier to search visually. Rena and I staged at 4:50. We've timed that ascent in training. With gear, moderate pace, takes 50 to 60 minutes to reach the fire lookout tower at the top. Descent is quicker, about 40 if footing is good. We moved at standard search pace, not jogging, not pushing. First switchback marker, 8 minutes. Second, 16. Breathing matched the grade, legs steady, nothing unusual. We hit the third marker. I checked my watch. 21 minutes. That was fast. I looked up the slope. The next two switchbacks were visible. We should have been closer to 30 minutes at this point. Feels quick, I said. Rena glanced at her watch. Yeah. We didn't speed up. We continued climbing. The overlook section near the summit should have taken another 25 minutes from where we stood. We reached it in 12. I stopped. Rena stopped beside me. We both checked our watches again. 33 minutes total since leaving the trailhead. That wasn't possible at our pace with full packs. You running? She asked. No. You feel like you're running. No. We turned and looked back down the slope. The trail snaked below exactly as it always did. Same terrain and elevation markers. I keyed my radio. Hey Marty, confirm departure time from trailhead.
Logged 16:52.
Marty replied. Confirm current time.
17:17.
I looked at my watch. 17:24. Say that again, I said.
17:17.
Rena held up her watch. 17:25. Yeah, Marty, our watches read 17:25. Pause.
Yeah, that's not possible.
Marty said.
Your last check-in was at 17:12.
We haven't checked in since departure, I said. Another pause.
I have you checking in at 17:12 near marker 3.
Rena and I stared at each other. We didn't transmit at marker 3, she said. Marty replayed the log. Our voices came through clearly.
Unit 2 at marker 3, continuing ascent. The timestamp, 17:12.
We were still physically climbing at that moment. I felt the slope beneath my boots, the wind against my jacket, and the disconnect between what my body had done and what the log recorded. Copy, I said slowly. We're at the overlook now.
Logged,
Marty replied. The missing hiker was visible from the overlook. She was sitting on a rock near a stunted pine about 50 yards off trail. Alive, thank God, and upright. We moved toward her. She looked up as we approached. You guys just passed me, she said. No, Rena said, we're just arriving. No, you walked by, the woman insisted. I waved, but you didn't stop. What time was that? I asked. 10 minutes ago, maybe 15. We checked her vitals. Slight dehydration, mild confusion, no injury. What happened? I asked. I kept passing the same bend in the trail, she said. I thought I was descending, but the fire tower kept appearing again. How long were you up here? Rena asked. She frowned. Oh, I don't know, an hour, maybe 2? Her phone showed her last summit photo, taken at 10:48 a.m. Her step counter indicated she had walked over 22,000 steps since then. That number suggested far more movement than the trail length would account for. We began descent together. Halfway down, I checked my watch again. 17:41. Time, I asked Rena. 17:42. I keyed Marty. Current time,
17:35.
he said. 7-minute difference. Confirm your system clock, I said.
Copy. Synced with NPS server at 1600.
He replied.
No drift detected.
We continued descending. The trail felt normal. Distance felt appropriate. We watched the trailhead. I looked at my watch. 18:03. Marty's log showed our arrival at 17:56. 7 minutes ago. Back at base, we cross-checked devices. Rena's watch and mine matched exactly. Both were 7 minutes ahead of dispatch. We checked them against an external reference clock. They were correct. Marty's system showed no error. The recorded audio of our 1712 check-in was clean. Our voices clear. Time-stamped. We had no memory of transmitting. The hiker's statement matched her timeline internally. She believed she'd been moving continuously for hours, yet her physical fatigue did not align with that level of exertion. We filed the report carefully. Subject located alive. Disorientation likely due to fatigue and mild dehydration. Device timing discrepancy noted. Radio log irregularity under review. Equipment test showed no malfunction. GPS tracks showed our ascent as a clean line following the switchbacks. Distance logged, normal. Elapsed time according to dispatch, normal. Elapsed time according to our watches and our physical perception, shortened on ascent, ascended on descent. 7 minutes missing in one direction, 7 minutes gained in the other. Rena and I went back to the overlook 2 weeks later during a routine patrol. Clear sky, no search in progress. And we timed the ascent again. 56 minutes. Exactly where it should be. We checked in at marker 3. Marty logged it at the same time our watches showed. No discrepancy. The trail looked the same. The wind felt the same. Nothing about Mount Washburn suggested irregularity. But that afternoon, on a measured climb we both know well, we reached the summit 20 minutes faster than we should have without increasing pace, and our voices checked in from a position that we had not reached yet. The missing minutes never appeared. They remain in the log, time-stamped, recorded, and unaccounted for. The white line on the ridge. The call came in just after 11 a.m. 2 adult hikers, late 20s, overdue on a ridge run east of the Yellowstone River. They'd planned a loop that crossed an exposed spine above timberline and dropped back down near a marked drainage. Clear forecast. No storms predicted. Light wind. Visibility unlimited. They hadn't checked out by their planned return time, and a friend waiting at the trailhead had grown uneasy. Rena and I staged within 40 minutes. Midday light was sharp. The sky was clean blue. You could see miles in every direction from the lower approach. The ridge above us cut a narrow line against the horizon. Nothing about the weather suggested trouble. We began the ascent at a steady pace. Open meadow at first, then scrub pine, then rock and thin soil as the slope steepened. About an hour in, we reached the shoulder below the ridge crest. And that's when we saw it. Across the top of the ridge, stretching left to right as far as we could see, was a wall of white, Not fog drifting in, not cloud lowering. A defined line. On our side of the line, the air was clear, blue sky overhead, sunlight sharp on the rocks. Beyond the line, everything was white. No detail, no depth. It looked like someone had drawn a boundary across the ridge and filled the far side with milk. Rena stopped beside me. Wind on our side moved normally, steady and predictable. The white mass beyond the ridge didn't move. It didn't roll or swirl. It just held. We approached cautiously. The boundary wasn't gradual, it was abrupt. At roughly 10 yards from the line, the air felt much cooler. I extended a trekking pole into it. The tip disappeared instantly into white. Pulled it back and clear again. We keyed the radio. Marty, confirm weather in our sector?
Clear skies,
He began.
no precipitation within 50 miles.
Yeah, so you seeing any cloud formations over the ridge east of our position?
Negative.
We stepped forward together, and crossing that line felt like stepping into dense smoke. Visibility dropped to less than 5 feet. Sound dampened immediately. The wind that had been steady on our backs vanished. It wasn't replaced with calm. It just stopped. I could hear my own breathing louder than anything else. "Rena?" I said. "I'm here." And then snow began falling. Not from above, I don't think. It was like it appeared in the air around us. Fine flakes forming and dropping at ground level, settling instantly onto rock and scrub. I looked up. Above the white ceiling, the sky was still blue. Snow was forming beneath clear sky. Within seconds, a thin layer coated the ground at our boots. "Mark the boundary," Rena said. And I tied a strip of orange tape to a scrub branch just inside the clear air, and another a few feet into the white. We stepped back into the clear side. Sunlight, wind, no snow. The tape inside the white blurred from view. We circled left along the ridge, staying on the clear side. The white mass extended as far as we could see. It wasn't drifting downhill or rising upward. It just held its line. "We can't wait," I began. "They could be in there." And we re-entered. This time we moved deliberately. Compass out, short steps, physical contact maintained. Footprints behind us vanished quickly. Snow accumulated faster than it should have. "Mark every 10 yards, Rena said. We tied tape to low branches as we moved. The snow underfoot felt different. It wasn't powder. It compacted too easily and filled back in too fast. After roughly 200 yards, measured by pacing, we saw silhouettes ahead. 2 figures standing near a small cluster of rocks. They weren't moving. We closed distance. Both hikers were upright, facing the same way. "Park Service," I called. They turned slowly, the faces pale but alert. "You found it too," one of them began. "We followed the tracks." "What tracks?" I asked. There was a set of footprints ahead of us. We thought someone else was on the ridge," they said. I scanned the ground. Snow covered everything. "No other teams are out here," I said. "There were prints," the first hiker said. "We kept following them. They were just ahead, and every time we caught up, they went farther." "How long have you been in this?" Rena asked. They looked at each other. "An hour?" one guessed. I checked my watch. We'd crossed the boundary less than 15 minutes earlier. "Any injuries?" I asked. They shook their heads. Cold? A little? We began immediate extraction, and as we moved back toward our marked path, the buzzing absence of wind remained constant. The snow continued forming around us. Tape markers appeared and disappeared within seconds as accumulation thickened. When we reached the boundary, it was still exactly where we'd first seen it. We stepped through, and it was clear air, full sunlight. Wind resumed instantly. The snow on our jackets melted rapidly. Behind us, the white wall remained fixed in place. Within 30 seconds, the white mass began thinning. Not drifting, but dissolving. The line lost its sharp edge and faded like breath on glass. Within a minute, the ridge beyond was visible again. No snow, dry rock, blue sky overhead. We turned back. The area where the white hound had been showed no trace of moisture or frost. No residual snow, no fog bank rolling off. Just clear air. Well, we escorted the hikers down, and during debrief, they both described the same thing. A defined white wall appearing ahead of them on the ridge, a line of footprints leading into it. They followed, and the prints stayed just out of reach. They believed they'd walked for at least an hour inside it. Weather records later confirmed 0 precipitation in that sector. Satellite imagery showed clear sky. No cloud formation or cell storm or anomaly. Well, we returned to that ridge 2 weeks later during routine patrol. Bright sky, normal wind, clear visibility, no sign of the boundary. No evidence snow had ever formed there. The ridge still looks the same from below, sharp against the horizon, unremarkable. But I don't approach it casually anymore. Now there's one night I don't log in the system. Wasn't a rescue. No call came in. No coordinates were assigned. It happened on a routine patrol, and if I wrote it down the way it unfolded, it would sit in the archive with no category to file under. It was late October. The park had thinned out, most seasonal traffic gone. Nights came earlier and colder. The air carried that dry edge before first snow. I was running a solo perimeter sweep near a closed thermal corridor north of Canyon Village. People slip past barriers sometimes. Teenagers mostly. The patrol was standard. Radio check at 2100, battery full, headlamp at low beam. The forest in that sector grows tight. Lodgepole pine packs close, trunks pale and straight. The ground is uneven but predictable. Roots, fallen needles, shallow dips. At night, everything narrows to the circle your light cuts in front of you. At 2118, I heard my name. Not shouted, not whispered. Spoken clearly from somewhere ahead and slightly right. I stopped moving. A woman's voice. Calm. I waited, listening for a second call. It came again, same tone and distance. I keyed my radio quietly and asked dispatch if anyone was in my sector. Negative. I stepped forward. If someone had slipped into a closed area after dark, they could be injured, disoriented, cold. My beam moved across the trunks, and then it found her. She stood between two pines roughly 30 yards ahead, still facing me, arms down at her sides. I called out standard procedure, identify herself, ask if she needed assistance. No reply. She raised one hand slowly, not high, just enough to be visible in the light, and waved. It wasn't frantic or desperate. It was deliberate. Slow side-to-side movement of her fingers and palm. I moved forward, careful with footing. 25 yards. The beam caught more detail. Long pale coat, Not outdoor gear. The fabric hung straight without catching on brush. Her hair fell to her shoulders. She didn't shift her weight or look around, didn't react to the light in her eyes. She simply continued that slow wave. Now, people in distress behave unpredictably. They move, they call out, they ask questions, they show confusion. This woman did none of that. I closed distance again, 20 yards. Her face came fully into view. She was smiling. Her eyes were open wider than relaxed posture would suggest. They didn't blink under the beam. The air around us held steady at mid-30s. My breath showed with each exhale. Hers did not. Wind brushed the treetops above us. I heard it clearly. And her coat did not move. I took another step, 18 yards. Her hand kept waving. The smile deepened slightly as I approached. Every instinct I rely on in this job activated at once. This was wrong. The forest floor beneath her feet should have snapped twigs under weight. I heard nothing. Her shadow should have shifted with the angle of my headlamp. It remained strangely uniform. She took a step toward me. Her motion was smooth and measured, like someone sliding forward on rails. There was no sound, no adjustment for uneven ground. My pulse spiked. She spoke my name again, familiar in a way that reached somewhere deeper than recognition. And that was the moment my mind tried to reconcile what my eyes were seeing. The curve of her cheek, the line of her jaw, the way her head tilted slightly when she smiled. I knew that face, but I didn't say the name out loud. I stayed rooted for one more second, forcing myself to catalog details instead of reacting. Skin tone matched memory, hair color, small mark above the left eyebrow. She took another step forward, and the smile widened just enough to reveal teeth. I turned and I ran. Not controlled withdrawal or cautious repositioning, I ran full speed through timber. Branches struck my shoulders, roots caught my stride. My radio bounced against my chest, but I didn't slow down and I didn't look back. I reached the service road and pivoted hard, sweeping the tree line with my beam. Nothing, just trunks and shadow. No pale code or figure or movement. The forest stood exactly as it had before. Wind moved through it normally now. I keyed my radio and requested a vehicle pickup without elaboration. I kept my tone steady. I didn't report a threat. When I returned to base, Rena asked me what happened, and I didn't answer immediately. I went to my locker and sat down. I replayed the face in my mind carefully. I grew up in Montana. I knew that face from childhood photographs, from holidays, from hospital rooms. I'd watched it grow thin from chemotherapy. I'd stood beside it in a casket. Whatever it was in the tree line, it had looked exactly like my mother. But I knew it wasn't her. I knew whatever that thing was had been pretending. My mother had been dead for 16 years, and that wasn't her. If you work long enough in a place this large, you stop pretending it's only one thing. Yellowstone is waterfalls and families, and steam rising in clear morning light. It's elk moving through frost and bison crossing highways like they own them. It's laughter on boardwalks and the steady rhythm of boots on marked trails. But it's also something else. Sometimes you're halfway through a patrol and the forest goes quiet in a way that feels deliberate. Not natural quiet or the normal hush when wind drops. A kind of pressure that settles in your ears before you notice it's there. Sometimes You catch movement in your peripheral vision that doesn't match the direction of the trees. A figure between trunks that's gone when you turn your head fully toward it. Sometimes, the radio carries a half second of breath before a transmission that never comes. I've walked ridge lines at dusk and felt watched from angles that don't exist on the map. I've seen shapes standing at the edge of thermal steam that dissolve the moment you focus on them. I've found footprints in fresh dust that lead straight into open ground and then stop, with no turn and no backtrack. Most of it you explain. Wind, wildlife, fatigue, your brain trying to complete patterns in low light. But not all of it. There are nights when the air feels occupied, when the dark between trees looks layered instead of flat, when a voice sounds close enough to touch and your training tells you not to respond. I don't romanticize it or label it. I log what I can measure. I bring people home when I'm able. But I've learned something after 14 years inside these boundaries. You see all kinds of people in Yellowstone. Some of them are alive. Some of them are dead. And some of them are pretending to be people. Whatever you do out there after dark, make sure you know which is which.
So you're the detective, huh? Didn't think you'd actually show. Not that I blame you. This isn't exactly prime real estate for an investigation. Ash Pines Mall, middle of nowhere. Nothing but cracked pavement, dead storefronts, and a flickering open late sign that hasn't been true for years. Still, I get it. Kids go missing, rumors start flying, and eventually someone higher up decides it's time to stop ignoring the place. Took long enough. Most people just scroll past the videos, laugh, and move on. But you didn't. Alright then. I wasn't sure about this. Talking to a cop, a detective, whatever, never sits right with me. But people are getting hurt, and it's tied to this place. I don't care what they call it online, a challenge, a game, some urban legend. It is real enough to me. And if someone's finally listening, maybe it's time I said something. I guess I should start at the beginning. My name is Sam, and I'm the night security guard here at Ash Pines. I've been working this job for almost 4 years now. The title makes it sound more official than it is. Really, I just walk laps through an empty building for 8 hours straight, make sure nobody breaks anything or dies in the stairwells. That's the job. I didn't grow up thinking this was where I'd end up. Used to be a forklift operator out near Weller Creek, back when the lumber yard was still open. Got laid off when they downsized, and after that it was just one short-term gig after another. Packing boxes, unloading trucks, hard work, but not the kind that really goes anywhere. Then one day, I saw an ad online. Night watchman needed. No experience required. That was it. No fancy company logo, just a number to call and an address that looked like it hadn't been updated since the early 2000s. Figured it was a scam or some kind of dead-end gig. But I didn't have better options, so I drove out and knocked on the side door like the ad said. Guy named Carl let me in. He ran security at the time. Older guy, looked like he'd been doing this since the 80s. He barely looked at my resume. Just asked if I had a reliable ride and could stay awake past midnight. I said, sure. He gave me a ring of keys, pointed to the break room, and that was that. Anyway, I have been working the night shift here since April. Wasn't supposed to be permanent. Picked it up to help cover bills while prices kept going up. Groceries, gas, Everything seemed more expensive this year. My 2 kids were already reminding me that Christmas was coming, and I didn't want to be the dad who shrugged when they asked for bikes. So I took the hours. Nights pay a little bit more. Nobody else wanted them. And it made sense at the time.
The mall's mostly dead now. Has been for years. Most of the good stores left around 2017, and the ones that stayed just never got the hint. Somehow there's still a Radio Shack down by the East Wing. Nobody knows how it's open. Even the guy who works there doesn't seem sure. The food court's half shut, and the Chinese place only makes food if you call ahead. The escalator breaks at least twice a week, and nobody bothers fixing it unless somebody complains. Still, the lights come on every night. Somebody has to walk the halls. That someone is me. I work alone most of the time. Jerry handles the day shift, but he clocks out before sundown and doesn't ask questions. I'm fine with that. My only real partner on the job is Benny. He's a 6-year-old mutt with a good nose, a twitchy tail, and more common sense than most people I know. He walks every round with me, tail up, ears forward, always focused. I bought him a little police dog vest online as a joke, but he wears it like it's part of the uniform. People see him and smile, but I've learned to pay attention when he stops smiling. He takes the job seriously, even when I don't. The first time I saw kids playing the mall game was back in July. It was summer break, and they were bored. Most of them didn't even live nearby. They showed up in groups of 3 or 4, usually with a phone out and someone narrating in that fake, scary voice people use online. I caught him on camera slipping through a maintenance door that never locked right. First, I thought they were just filming, one of those abandoned mall walkthroughs. No big deal. But then they started coming back. Different kids, same behavior, moving in the same directions, touching the same doors, sitting in the same chairs and the same food court booth. They weren't just exploring, they were following instructions. I didn't understand it right away, but it felt too coordinated to be random. After a couple weeks, I stopped one of them and asked what the hell they were doing. He was maybe 16. Hoodie, flashlight, sneakers that lit up when he walked. He was very nervous, but actually polite. Said it was just a challenge. Something from TikTok. Said there were rules, and if you followed them, you could win. I asked what this meant. Win what? He said he didn't know. Just that if you followed the rules exactly, something weird might happen. I asked what the rules were. He rattled some off from memory, then showed me the full list on his phone. And that's when I realized this wasn't some prank. There were a lot of them. Numbered. Repeated online by dozens of accounts. Some rules matched. Some didn't. But enough were the same. So I started writing them down. Alright, well, rule 1. It's called the walk. It's how all of them start the game. The kids, I mean. Every version I've come across begins with this step. They show up sometime before 1 a.m. and wait outside one of the main entrances. That could be the East Wing, the West Wing, or the food court side. Doesn't matter which one, as long as it's one of the 3 front-facing doors. Back entrances, staff hallways, or side exits don't count. They all say the same thing. It has to be a main entrance, and it has to be exactly 1 a.m. The time seems very important to them. I've heard them say that's when the mall switches over, though no one's ever been clear on what that means. Some of them just repeat it like a rule, like something they read online but didn't question. I've looked through the security system logs. Sometimes around that hour, cameras glitch, lights flicker, or systems reset without warning. Doesn't happen every night, but often enough that I started paying attention. According to the kids, the walk is a focus test. The goal is to walk from the entrance straight to the central fountain. No stopping, no detours, and no looking into the store windows. That last part is the main rule. You're allowed to blink, shift your eyes a little, but you're not supposed to turn your head or glance into any display window along the way. If you do, you're out. You fail the walk. They act like it's a game of discipline,
something to prove they can follow instructions. A few treat it like a challenge they can post online. Some even rate each other on how well they stayed focused or how far they got before messing up. Most of it's just talk, but I've watched enough of them try it now to know that the rule isn't just about focus. There's a reason you're not supposed to look. The storefront displays, they're not the same at night. I've worked here long enough to notice which stores leave their lights on and what their windows usually look like. After 1 a.m., some of those displays change. Stores that are empty during the day sometimes have mannequins inside at night. Other displays show doors open that should be locked. Sometimes the lights are off, but there's still something standing behind the glass. The mannequins move. It's small movements. They're not jumping out or shifting fast, but they don't stay put. This one night, I walked past the window of an old women's clothing store. It was empty earlier that week. When I came through that hallway after 1 a.m., there were 4 mannequins lined up at the front of the display. By the time I passed again during my next round, one of them had turned to face the glass. And that kind of thing happens often. I've seen a kid stand in front of a display and just freeze there. He didn't say anything, didn't move, just stared into the glass for too long. When I got his attention and asked what he saw, he said the mannequin inside had stepped forward. I checked the camera footage afterward. The feed was frozen during that time. Nothing recorded. Another night, I pulled 2 kids away from a window near the old jewelry store. They were standing too close. One of them had their phone up, filming. I saw what was behind the glass. A mannequin pressed up with its hand flat against it, like it'd been mid-step when they stopped to look. That display hadn't had anything in it the day before. Sometimes Benny notices them before I do. He'll stop walking and go real quiet, not growling, not barking, just still, tail stiff, eyes locked on something I can't see from my angle. Usually it's one of those windows. I don't ask questions when he does that. I just move along and call him after me. He always follows, but he doesn't take his eyes off the display until we're out of that hallway. The kids don't take any of it serious. They talk about points and rounds and beating the walk like there's some kind of prize at the end. But the way I see it, the walk isn't testing them. It's watching to see who's paying attention. The second someone looks into the glass, they're not just breaking a rule. They're making contact with something inside. If you reach the fountain without looking into the windows, the game says you pass. You're allowed to move on to the next part. If you fail, you're supposed to leave the mall right away and try again another night. Most kids don't take it that seriously. They mess around, get bored, and head out. But I have seen a few who don't. One boy disappeared from the cameras after failing the walk. His friends said he wanted to keep going anyway. We found him in the west stairwell 2 hours later, just sitting on the floor. He wouldn't say anything. He didn't respond when the paramedics arrived. He didn't even blink until they carried him out. Another kid ended up 10 miles away, wandering barefoot into a gas station at dawn. He couldn't explain how he got there. He told the officer he had taken a wrong turn somewhere behind the fountain, and that part of the mall has no back exit. So that's rule 1. Walk from the entrance to the fountain at exactly 1 a.m. Don't stop, don't speak, and don't look into the windows. Rule 2. Rule 2 is called the Echo Challenge. This step comes right after the kids finish Rule 1. If they reach the central fountain without breaking the first rule, the game tells them to head to the south wing. That hallway is on the far side of the mall, past the old pet store and the closed vitamin shop. It leads toward the freight elevator and what used to be the main employee service hallway when the mall was fully staffed. Once the player reaches the middle of that hallway, they're supposed to clap one time. Just once. The kids treat it like a signal for the next level. Some of them say it wakes up the mall for the next step. Others say it triggers the next challenge. There's no real explanation. They just repeat what they hear online. The rule says that if the clap comes back with a clean echo, same timing, same tone, then they pass and can move to Rule 3. If the echo takes too long or comes back sounding different, then they're supposed to stop immediately and leave the mall before 1:10 a.m. That part gets ignored a lot. The problem is that the south wing reacts to sound at night. I don't know the reason, and I've never seen a person down there after hours, but I have heard things move around in that wing, like heavy items dragging on the floor. I hear it during rounds sometimes. It's not every night, but when it happens, it always lines up with the same time, between 1:04 a.m. and 1:12 a.m. Benny refuses to go near that hallway no matter what time it is. He'll walk with me anywhere else in this mall, but not there. The south wing, it's also older than the rest of the building. When the mall was first designed, that hallway was supposed to connect to a second expansion that never happened. Construction began in the early 2000s, but there was a fire during the build-out. Wasn't publicized much, but a few employees working overnight were killed. The official story blamed faulty wiring, and cleanup started right away. They kept building for a little while after that, but the project was shut down not long after, unofficially. A bigger issue is the backroom doors in that area. The mall has several service corridors that run behind the storefronts. Most of them are locked, but the ones in the south wing have been opening on their own. I found them cracked open on nights when I know I checked them earlier. And whenever this happens, it's always around the same time, right after a group of teens try to play the mall game. And this brings us to the case you asked about earlier. The kid they found in the water tank on the roof. Yeah, that was Caleb Meyer. 14 years old. Came in with his older brother and two friends on August 19th. I wasn't near the entrances at the time, but I saw all of them on the security footage later, before handing the tapes to the police. They entered through the food court doors at 12:56 a.m. Caleb was wearing a red hoodie, and the brother had a backpack. They stopped at the fountain like the game tells them to. It was around 1:03 a.m. when they got there. They talked for a bit, and then Caleb and his brother started walking toward the south wing. The other two stayed behind. That's not unusual. Sometimes kids split up when they want to film different parts of the challenge. The cameras recorded them entering the hallway at 1:06 a.m. At 1:08 a.m., the footage shows only the brother coming back. He turned around, walked a few steps backward, said something out of view, and then came back alone. He rejoined the others, and they all left the mall by 1:11 a.m. They didn't report Caleb missing until the next morning when he didn't come home. When officers questioned the brother, he said they both clapped just like the rules said. His echo came back right away, but Caleb's didn't. The brother described it as slow and uneven. He said it sounded like it bounced off a room that wasn't supposed to be there. He told Caleb they should head back, but Caleb said he wanted to check something real quick. He walked deeper into the hallway, and the brother left him there. 9 days later, maintenance workers noticed complaints from the shop owners about the tap water. When they checked the rooftop tank, they found Caleb inside, dead. The tank hatch was closed.
The maintenance staff had to cut the lock to open it. The ladder inside the tank wasn't extended, and the access door leading to the roof didn't show signs of forced entry. He didn't have any broken bones, and there weren't marks that suggested he'd been in a fight. But there was an open wound on his abdomen that the coroner couldn't explain. And his liver was missing. His clothes were folded beside the tank, as if he'd taken his time arranging them. His shoes and socks were placed neatly next to the pile, lined up instead of kicked off. They didn't find his phone or his wallet. All I can tell you is that the hallway he walked into has a backroom door that connects to the service corridors. That door was found open that same night. I saw it myself. I used my own key to lock it again. I think Caleb made the mistake of hearing the wrong echo and staying anyway. Whatever answered him wasn't supposed to. And that's all I know about Rule 2 in that particular case, Detective. But there's 2 more rules that you should know about. Rule 3 is called Ride the Elevator. This is the step where things usually go wrong. If a kid makes it through the first 2 parts, the walk and the echo, then the next move is to go to the central elevator, not the service lift in the back, not the one near the food court. It has to be the main one in the middle of the mall, right next to the fountain. It's old, the panel inside scratched up. The lighting above it is dim, and sometimes the floor indicators don't light up at all. Still works though. Maintenance checks it once a month, and I've ridden it hundreds of times. Normally, it takes you to 3 places: the ground floor, the second floor, and the underground parking garage. That underground level is labeled C1 for Car Park 1. That's the only underground level the mall was supposed to have, at least officially. According to the kids who play the mall game, that elevator behaves very differently after 1 a.m. But only if you followed the first 2 steps exactly. If you mess one of them up, it just works like normal. But if you do everything right, they say the elevator will flicker when you press C1. Sometimes the button flashes twice. Sometimes it lights up, then shuts off, then lights up again. They call that the signal, like a confirmation that the game is still going. The goal is to ride the elevator all the way down to the parking garage. They say the ride takes longer than it should. The distance from the main floor to C1 is only 1 level, maybe 10 or 15 seconds, but the kids report staying inside for up to a full minute. Some say it feels longer than that. A few have filmed themselves standing inside, waiting, just to prove how long it takes. The elevator has no music, just that mechanical hum. They usually record their faces in the ceiling corner, using their phone cameras to catch their own expressions. I've seen those videos. Most get deleted or flagged. The ones that stay up just show them waiting. The footage usually ends when the doors open. They expect something scary, like a spooky parking garage. Some lights flickering, maybe something far away in the dark. That's what they come in hoping for. Something thrilling, something that gives them a good reaction clip. But that's not what this step is. When the elevator reaches the bottom, it's not always C1 anymore. I've been in that elevator during the day. I've ridden it to check reports, test the panel, or take deliveries to the lower garage. During normal hours, the only options on the panel are G, 2, and C1. That's it. No surprises, nothing weird. But after 1 a.m., and only on certain nights, more buttons appear. I've seen them myself. Buttons labeled 01, 02, and 03. I've asked maintenance about it, and they say those levels don't exist. The elevator system isn't coded for more than 1 basement level. No blueprints include a 2nd or 3rd subfloor. Nothing in the electrical room shows power routed that far down. But I have seen those buttons with my own eyes, and so have the kids. The stories vary depending on who you ask. Some say pressing O1 takes you to an old, forgotten part of the mall that was buried when they redid the foundation. Others say pressing O2 or O3 brings you to something worse. A few online say that's the part where you go to hell, but most just call it the next step in the challenge. I've never pressed those buttons. I won't, but I've talked to people who did. At least the ones who came back. A couple of teens I stopped one morning said they made it all the way to level 01. They said the elevator opened to a hallway with yellow wallpaper and water up to their ankles. They didn't go far in. One of them said it felt like something horrible was just around the corner. A feeling they couldn't explain that eventually forced them to wade back to the still open elevator. I've heard the reports. The missing kids. I think Rule 3 is when most of them disappear or go missing. They step into that elevator, press a button, and the doors open to something they weren't ready for. After that, there's no camera footage. The elevator returns empty, sometimes after a delay. The button panel is back to normal when I check it. I have had to call more than one set of parents. I've looked through the footage. There's no struggle, no signs of panic, no alarms go off. They just ride the elevator down, the doors open, and that's it. They're gone. I don't know if it takes them to hell. I don't know if I believe in all that. But I do think it takes them somewhere they weren't supposed to go. Somewhere beneath a mall that isn't mapped, built, or maintained by anyone still working here. I think those extra floors are part of the same system the back rooms are connected to. The ones that open up when the south wing is active. Whatever's down there, it isn't empty. There's one more rule. Rule 4. I call it follow the dog, and it's the only rule that can actually save someone. Before I explain it, I need to be direct with you, because you're a detective, and you asked for the truth. There's something inside this mall. It lives in the back rooms, the service tunnels, sealed hallways, and unmapped basement levels that shouldn't exist. It's the reason the displays shift. It's the reason the south wing acts the way it does. It's the reason the elevator goes places it shouldn't. And it follows the kids. Not all the time. Not every night. But when they get too far into the game, when they ignore warnings, stay past the time limit, or press the wrong button, that thing finds them. It moves quietly, and it's patient. When it gets close, the air changes in a way people don't notice at first. You feel pressure, or maybe just the sense that something is standing too close. Kids think it's nerves. It's not. The autopsies never get released publicly, but I have seen the reports for 2 of the missing kids you mentioned earlier. Both have the same thing in common. Clean abdominal wounds and missing livers. No struggle marks. No trauma consistent with a fall or impact. Just that one detail. Do I think the monster eats kids? Not exactly. But it hunts them. And it eats certain body parts. Then it leaves the rest. That lines up with what I've seen in the hallways. Not directly. I've never seen that thing in full. I don't know what that thing really looks like. But Benny does. He's not trained for this, and I've never taught him anything special. But he's been with me long enough that he recognizes when that thing is nearby. He hears it before I do. He senses it when it slips between the unfinished walls or moves through the locked service corridors. Every single time that creature gets close to someone, close enough that the kid is about to do something stupid, like take a step into the wrong room, Benny is there first. He puts himself between them and whatever is behind them. Kids think he's part of the game. They see a dog show up in the middle of something spooky, and they assume he's a hint or a guide. They call out to him. They try to follow him deeper into the mall because they think they unlocked a secret stage. There's nothing special about it. Benny goes to them because the monster is very close. Last December, 3 boys snuck in through the service door behind the gym. They were loud, not scared at all. One of them was live streaming it, telling his chat he was about to do Rule 3. I watched them cut across the corridor from the camera feed. I started heading toward him, but Benny was faster. By the time I reached the south wing entrance, Benny was already standing in front of the boys, ears forward, not wagging or excited, just alert. He was looking past them down the hallway. The 3 kids thought it was funny. One bent down and tried to pet him. The kid behind him pulled out his phone and said, "Whoa, is this a bonus round?" I got there just in time to stop them from walking any further. When I turned to look where Benny was facing, I saw something shift in the shadows of the unfinished hallway behind the old vitamin shop. It pulled back the moment Benny growled. Whatever that thing is, I think it's scared of dogs. If he hadn't found him, those boys would have kept going. Another time, this was last spring, a girl was trying to record the elevator part of the game. We were on the elevator with her when she quickly pressed C1 and the door didn't open to the right floor. The hallway she stepped into wasn't part of the mall I knew. It had pipes on the ceiling and a long line of dark concrete rooms with no numbers. She thought it was the secret basement level, so she quickly stepped out with her phone held high. Benny sprinted past me the moment the elevator opened. He shoved himself between her and the hallway, barking hard enough to echo. She froze, and then the lights down that hallway, the ones I didn't know, started shutting off, one after another, each click louder than the last. Something was walking in the darkness, coming toward us. She backed into the elevator, and I slammed the door close button. We didn't talk for the rest of the ride. And that's why I tell people this rule plainly. No metaphors, no jokes. If the dog finds you, the game is over. Follow him out, or you won't leave at all. Kids don't understand how the mall behaves when someone gets too far into the game. They think the flickering lights and the changing hallways are all scripted to scare them. They don't realize the mall is helping it move. They don't notice when it funnels them toward the exact 2 places they should never go: the south wing and the unmapped basement levels. The south wing connects to the back rooms, and the back rooms are where that thing lives. That's where the half-finished hallways are. That's where the sealed fire doors open by themselves. That's where the fire happened years ago. The one they blamed on faulty wiring, even though the workers' bodies were found in positions that didn't match smoke inhalation. People say the expansion stopped because of that. They say the blueprints were shredded on purpose, and nobody talks about it anymore. As for the basement levels, the elevator shouldn't even reach them. But when someone plays the game right, the mall opens paths that aren't supposed to exist. And when someone steps through those paths, that thing follows. And that's why Benny is the last rule. He is the only warning you get. If he finds you,
Don't film him. Just follow him. Immediately. More often than not, animals know something we don't. And that's everything. Every rule, every sighting, at least most of them, every kid I had to walk out by the arm, shaking and silent. I've told you what I've seen, and what I've pulled from the logbooks, the broken cameras, and whatever the mall didn't swallow whole. You asked me for the truth, or something close to it. And that's what you got. There isn't more to explain, not really. Some nights I still hear footsteps where there shouldn't be any. Sometimes I catch glimpses on monitors that don't record. Sometimes Benny growls at nothing for a little too long. But that's just the job now. We'll be sticking around, me and Benny. Same uniform, same loop, same elevator that still thinks there's a floor beneath the parking garage. Someone has to keep the kids from pressing the wrong button. I'm not sure what's going to become of this place. Are they going to tear it down? Seems like there might be a chance of that, considering we got you detectives sniffing around the place. But nah, I know the county mayor. He keeps this joint running even if it cost him a few kids. That's how he thinks. Probably tells himself none of this is real and that all the disappearances aren't connected. Benny and I will just have to keep doing our jobs, saving as many as we can. As for you, you've got a badge, you've got a folder full of missing persons reports, you've got enough to file something, push it up the chain, maybe even get a meeting scheduled, who knows. But let's be honest, you've seen the same footage I have. You've read the statements. You know there's no one you can hand this to who will believe any of it. So here's what I'll say. You don't need to believe all of it. You don't need to write it down word for word. But the next time someone brings you a case that leads back to this place, and they will, I want you to remember what I told you. If you ever come back after dark, for whatever reason, bring a flashlight, stay out of the south wing, and don't get on that elevator if it's already open.
Hey, huge thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to support me on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you enjoyed the story, and have a good night. The call came in while I was locking the rear door of the sheriff's office. "Sheriff Russell," I said into the radio.
"We've got a missing child,"
Dispatcher Harlan said.
8-year-old male. Last seen about 20 minutes ago near the retention basin off Larcombe Road.
I stopped where I was. The key stayed half turned in the lock. "Name?" I asked.
"Nolan Rigg.
Harlan replied.
Didn't come home when he was told. Neighbor saw him riding a blue bike near the basin."
"I'm on my way," I said.
"Deputy Bullock is already en route."
Harlan replied. That was enough to move. I locked the door, crossed the lot, and got into my cruiser. The engine turned over on the first try. I pulled out with the lights on and headed east, past the grain elevator and the closed feed store, then out onto the stretch of road where houses thin out and fields take over. Larcombe Road runs straight for a mile, then drops into a shallow basin where the county carved out a retention pond decades ago. It's not a scenic place. It's a low spot designed to hold water when the rain comes down hard enough to overwhelm the ditches. The pond sits in a concrete bowl surrounded by reeds and tall grass, with storm drains feeding into it from 3 directions. A handful of houses sit back from the road behind long gravel drives. An old baseball field borders the far side, its backstop bent and its dugouts half collapsed. When I crested the dip, I saw the lights before anything else. Deputy Bullock had her cruiser angled across the shoulder, headlights cutting across the grass and the concrete lip of the basin. A woman stood in the beam, with both hands locked on top of her head. A small blue bicycle lay on its side near the mouth of a culvert. I parked behind her and stepped out. Bernice Bullock was standing near the front of her cruiser, facing the culvert. She was 5'2", late 40s, about 110 pounds on a good day. She didn't fill space, and she didn't draw attention to herself. What she did was stand still and watch. She'd been with the department long enough that I didn't need to ask what she'd already noticed. "Sheriff," Bernice began. "Bike's his. Culvert entrance is open. Mom's right there." I nodded and walked past her toward the woman in the headlights. "Ma'am," I said, "I'm Sheriff Russell. Is Nolan your son?" "Yes," the woman said. "He was just outside. He was just right here. I told him to stay where I could see him. He was riding his bike back and forth, and I went inside to check dinner. When I came back, he was gone." "About how long were you inside?" I asked. "I don't know. A few minutes." Okay. What was he wearing?" "Red shirt," she said. "Gray shorts, black shoes." I nodded once and stepped away so Bernice could move in and keep her focused. I walked back toward the bike and crouched. The chain was still on the gear. The front wheel was turned hard to the left, like it'd been dropped without slowing. One handlebar grip was scuffed. The grass around it was pressed flat in a short line, leading toward the culvert opening. The culvert fed into the retention pond under the road. The metal grate that should have covered the opening had been bent outward years ago. Its bolts rusted and snapped. Inside, the concrete sloped down to a narrow ledge above shallow water. The tunnel curved out of sight after about 20 feet. I stood and keyed my radio. "Harlan," I said, "confirm fire and EMS are rolling. I want volunteer fire with lights. I want units from the next township for perimeter." "Copy," Harlan said. "Volunteer fire's en route. Additional units notified." Bernice had moved closer. She stood a few feet back from the opening, flashlight down at her side, eyes tracking the wall and the ceiling just inside. "There's a maintenance line tied into this system," Bernice said. "Runs under the old ball field." I nodded. "Big enough to walk?" "Well, parts of it," Bernice said. "Kid-sized most of the way." That mattered. If Nolan went in on his own, he might not have come back out without help. Kids panic underground. I've seen it before. They don't follow turns. They keep going until they're lost. An older man approached from one of the nearby houses, stopping short when he saw Bernice's posture. Bernice turned slightly toward him. "Sir, stay back, please." "I live right here," the man said. "Name's Lyle Drum. I saw the boy earlier." I stepped toward him. "What did you see?" "Well, he was riding his bike," Drum said, "near the basin." "You see anyone else with him?" I asked. Drum hesitated, then lifted his chin toward the culvert. I think I saw a clown." Bernice didn't move. "A clown?" I asked. Yeah, Drum began. It was standing near the storm drain. Real bright. White face." "Standing how?" I asked. "Well, it was just standing there," Drum continued. "Like he was waiting." I looked past him at the concrete mouth of the culvert. My mind did what it always does when someone says something that sounds like a story. It tried to set it aside so it wouldn't interfere with the work. I noted it. A clown by a storm drain. This wasn't dairy. A few minutes later, a kid about 10 years old stood near the edge of the road with his bike between his legs, watching the lights. Bernice walked over to him. "Hey," she said. "Did you know Nolan?" "Yeah," the kid said. "Did you see him today?" Bernice asked. "Yeah, he rode past me." "Did you see anyone else?" The kid nodded. "There was a clown," he said. Bernice didn't react. "Where?" she said. "By the drain," the kid said. "He waved at me." I keyed my radio again. "Harlan," I began. "Log multiple witnesses reporting a clown near the storm drain." There was a pause before Harlan answered.
All right, logged,
he said. Volunteer fire pulled up with floodlights and began setting them up along the basin. The field brightened in sections, shadows breaking apart and reforming as the light shifted. I went back to my cruiser and pulled out a spare flashlight and a roll of barrier tape. I clipped the light to my belt and handed the tape to Bernice. "Keep people back," I said. Bernice nodded and started stretching the tape across the gravel access road. I studied the culvert entrance and looked in again. The concrete was damp. The ledge was narrow but usable. The ceiling overhead showed old stains and exposed rebar. Water moved slowly across the bottom, carrying leaves and debris toward the pond. I keyed the radio one more time. "Harlan," I said. "Russell and Bullock are preparing to enter the storm system at the retention basin."
logged.
Harlan replied. I stepped down out of the concrete lip and leaned into the dark. Bernice finished tying off the tape and moved up beside me. "Well, you ready?" I asked. Bernice nodded. "Let's go." I stepped inside, and Bernice followed close behind. The temperature dropped immediately. The smell changed too. Outside had been wet grass and standing water. Inside, it was concrete, rust, and something older. I took 2 steps in and stopped. The light from outside didn't reach far. The beam from my flashlight cut a clean tunnel through the dark, but everything beyond it stayed flat and featureless. "Wait a sec," I said. Bernice stopped without bumping into me. I planted my left boot on the ledge and shifted my weight slowly, testing it. The concrete was slick, but solid. The ledge ran just wide enough to walk single file without scraping the wall. Water moved along the bottom channel, shallow but steady, carrying leaves, twigs, and bits of trash that clicked softly as they bumped into each other. I took another step, then another. Each movement echoed back at us, delayed just enough to be distracting. Every sound we made came back thinner and stretched out. I raised my light and swept it along the ceiling. Old stains ran in long streaks where water had once flowed higher. Rust bled outward from exposed rebar, frozen in place like veins. The ceiling wasn't low, but it wasn't generous either. High enough to stand fairly comfortably, low enough that I kept checking it. Bernice walked behind me, her light angled slightly higher than mine. We didn't talk. There wasn't anything to clarify yet. 10 steps in, I stopped again and looked back. The entrance already felt farther away than it should have. The rectangle of daylight behind us looked smaller, framed by concrete and shadow. I could still see the barrier tape fluttering faintly in the breeze outside, but it didn't reach into the tunnel. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a roll of tape. "Marking entry," I said. Bernice nodded. I tore off a long strip and pressed it to the wall at shoulder height, smoothing it down so it wouldn't peel off in the damp. I added a second strip beneath it, angled toward the exit, then stepped back and checked that it was visible from both directions. "Entry marked," I said. "Copy," Bernice replied. I keyed my radio. "Harlan," I said, "we're inside. Entry point marked. Standing and walking."
Copy.
Harlan said.
Signal's clear.
I took another step forward. The ledge stayed consistent, running along the right wall. The water channel widened slightly, deep enough now that I couldn't see the bottom through the surface reflection. The tunnel curved gently left. I slowed and checked the map again, unfolding it carefully and holding it flat against my thigh. "This should be straight," I said. Bernice leaned in enough to see without crowding me. "Map shows no curve." I folded it back up. "Yeah, we're not lost yet." We followed the curve. The tunnel widened again, just enough that the ceiling lifted and the walls pulled back. A maintenance walkway appeared along the left side, raised above the waterline. Its surface was rough and uneven, grooves worn into it by decades of boots and equipment carts. I stopped and scanned it. The walkway wasn't on the map. Neither was the ladder, bolted into the wall 20 feet ahead. It ran straight up into the ceiling, disappearing into darkness. The metal rungs were rested but intact, bolted deep into the concrete. There was no signage, no tag or warning. Bernice angled her light upward. "That's not on the plans." "No," I said. I didn't climb it or touch it. I noted it. I pulled out the chalk from my pocket and handed it back to Bernice. "All right, mark it," I said. Bernice knelt and drew a clear arrow pointing back the way we'd come. She added a second arrow beneath it, then wrote a short note beside the ladder. I watched the water while she worked. It moved steadily, but the direction wasn't consistent anymore. In some places it flowed toward the basin. In others, it swirled back in on itself before continuing on. I keyed the radio again. "Harlan," I said, "we're at the widened section with a maintenance walkway and vertical ladder. Not on the map." There was a pause.
Repeat last.
Harlan said. I repeated it.
Copy.
Harlan said.
Stand by.
Bernice looked at me. "Signal lag." "Yeah," I said. And we moved on. The tunnel narrowed again after the ladder, funneling us back into a single ledge. The curve straightened out, then split. 2 passages opened ahead of us. One continued straight, the other angled down and right, the water there deeper and moving faster. I checked the map again. "There shouldn't be a split," I said. I stood there with the map folded in my left hand and my light fixed on the junction. Bernice didn't say anything. She angled her light toward the right-hand passage first, then the left, checking ceiling height, checking the water, checking how far the beams carried before the dark swallowed them. I folded the map and put it away. "Mark it," I said. Bernice stepped forward and pulled the chalk from her pocket. She knelt and drew a clear arrow on the wall, pointing back the way we'd come, then added a second mark beneath it. She marked both branches, identical symbols, same height, same spacing. When she stood back up, I could tell at a glance which way led out. We took the left passage. It narrowed almost immediately. The ceiling dropped just enough that I felt it without having to duck. The ledge thinned, forcing me to turn my foot sideways with each step. The water here moved faster, shallow but insistent, making a constant sound as it slid past the concrete. I slowed and checked my footing again. "Easy," I said. Bernice stayed a step behind me. Her light tracked higher now, following the curve of the ceiling instead of the floor. We went another 20 yards before the tunnel straightened. The sound changed first. The water didn't get louder or quieter. It got hollow. The echo came back wider, stretched longer than it should have for the space we were in. I stopped and lifted my light. The tunnel had widened again. Not as much as the earlier section with the walkway, but enough that the walls pulled back and the ceiling lifted. The concrete here looked older. The seams were rougher. The stains were darker. I took one more step and stopped. "Bernice," I said. I pointed with my light. At about knee height, along the right wall, something pale caught the beam. I moved closer, slow, careful not to smear it. White paint. It was thin, like it'd been dragged rather than applied. Not a handprint, not a shape. Just a streak that started clean and then broke apart, as if something had brushed past and carried part of it away. I held the light steady and leaned in. The paint had soaked into the concrete pores. Bernice stepped up beside me and angled her light across it instead of straight on. "There's more," she said. She swept the beam forward. Another smear showed up 5 feet ahead. Then another, higher up this time, close to waist level. I reached into my pocket and tore off another strip of barrier tape. I pressed it to the wall above the first smear, then added a second strip angled back toward the entrance. "Paint marker," I said. Bernice nodded. "Got it." I moved forward again, slower now. The paint appeared in intervals, sometimes on the wall, sometimes on the edge of the ledge. Once, a faint streak ran along the ceiling where the concrete curved overhead. I stopped and raised my light higher. The ceiling here showed more exposed rebar than before. Some of it bent downward, some snapped flush with the concrete. Near one of the bars, a thin line of white paint ran along the curve, broken and uneven, like someone had passed close enough to brush it. I didn't say anything. We kept moving. A few yards later, my light caught something else. Footprints. They were faint at first, half filled with water, but the pattern was clear enough once I adjusted the angle. Small shoes, rubber soles. They ran straight down the center of the passage. I followed them with my light until they stopped. Yeah, not turned, not scattered. Stopped. The concrete beyond them was perfectly clean. No scuffs, no drag marks. Just water and bare surface. Bernice stepped up beside me and looked at the same spot. "They don't continue," she said. "No, they don't," I said. She swept her light ahead anyway, checking both sides, checking the ceiling. There was nothing else to follow. I keyed my radio. "Harlan," I began. "We've got confirmed child footprints inside. Paint markings present. Tunnel layout doesn't match county map." There was a burst of static before his response came through. "Copy," Harlan said. "Say again on the markings." "White paint," I said. "Multiple smears." Another pause. "Copy. Signal's getting weak." Bernice looked back the way we'd come. The tape we'd placed at the last junction was still visible, but it looked far away now. The tunnel behind us seemed to stretch longer than it had when we walked in. I turned forward again and raised my light. The passage ahead dipped slightly and opened into a darker space beyond the reach of the beam. "We keep going," I said. Bernice nodded. We stepped forward together, and behind us, the water kept moving. The tunnel sloped downward more sharply, the ledge tightening until I had to turn my foot sideways again. The sound of the water shifted as we went, less open, more enclosed. Something moved ahead of us, fast, scraping, claws hitting concrete hard enough to spark sound. Water splashed up against the wall, then again, closer this time. Bernice stopped and brought her weapon up. I lifted my hand. "Hold." The sound came again, louder now, chittering and frantic, bouncing off the tunnel and coming back distorted. And then it burst into the light. A family of raccoons exploded out of a side channel on our left, bodies low and panicked, scrambling over each other as they ran straight at us. One slipped down the ledge and slid into the water before clawing its way back up. Another leapt past my legs, brushing my knee as it went. Bernice flinched back a half step, then froze when she saw what they were. "Raccoons," she said. They rushed past us and vanished into the darkness behind, water churning in their wake. For a few seconds, the tunnel was full of noise, splashes, claws, chittering. Then it settled again, echoes thinning out until only the water remained. I lowered my hand. Bernice lowered her weapon. "False alarm," she said. "Yeah," I replied. I swept my light ahead again, checking the side channel they'd come from. It was low and narrow, angled down and away. Nothing else moved. Bernice stepped forward. I turned to say something to her, and that was when my light caught her shoulder and the space behind her. Something was standing there. It filled the tunnel from wall to wall. Tall, upright, a white face, red lines running from its mouth up towards its eyes, bright colors, puffy shapes where clothing should be. A clown. For a second, my hands didn't work. The flashlight dipped and banged against the concrete, and I caught it just before it hit the water. "Bernice," I started, but the clown lunged. It moved faster than it should have. One moment it was standing still, the next it was on her. Mouth open wide, teeth flashing as it clamped down on her upper arm just below the shoulder. Bernice screamed and slammed back against the wall, her feet sliding on the ledge. The clown released her immediately and twisted away, limbs pumping as it ran past me, feet slapping water and concrete as it disappeared down the tunnel ahead. I aimed to get a shot, but it was already gone. "Bernice," I said. She was on the ledge, clutching her arm, blood spilling between her fingers and dripping into the water below. It bit me," she said. I dropped to a knee and pressed my gloved hand hard over the wound. The bite was deep, skin torn, blood coming fast. I keyed my radio. "Harlan, officer injured." Static. I tried again. Nothing. Bernice's breathing was quick and uneven, her eyes fixed on the tunnel ahead. "Look at me," I said. She did. I tore my undershirt free, folded it tight, and pressed it down over the wound. I wrapped it hard, knotting it tight enough that she flinched. "Pressure," I said. She nodded and pressed her other hand over it. "Can you stand?" She pushed herself up against the wall, got her feet under her, and studied. Bernice was tough. "I'm okay," she said. I'm okay. I didn't argue. I tried the radio again. Dead. That's bad, Bernice said. Yeah. She looked back the way we'd come, then forward again. We should go back, I said. She shook her head. Bernice, I want to find the boy, she said. That thing still got him. I looked at her arm. The bleeding had slowed, but hadn't stopped completely. You can still shoot? I asked. Yeah. I nodded. We brought our weapons up, flashlight steady, and moved deeper into the tunnel. After a few steps, Bernice spoke. What the hell was that? A clown, I said. What did it look like? I kept my light forward. Just a clown. I didn't tell her the rest. I didn't tell her about the white face that wasn't painted sloppy or cracked, but smooth and even, like it'd been applied with care. I didn't tell her about the red lines that ran from the corner of its mouth straight up towards its eyes, perfectly symmetrical, the kind of detail you only notice when something's close enough to hurt you. I didn't tell her about the orange hair, parted cleanly down the middle and flared out at the sides, stiff and dry looking, like it hadn't moved even when the thing did. I didn't tell her about the costume, how it sat on the body like it belonged there, ruffed collar, puffed shoulders. I didn't tell her about the teeth. They were sharp. The mouth opened wider than it should have. I didn't tell her that when the light hit it, there was a second where I questioned what I was seeing. I knew exactly what it was supposed to be. I thought I was looking at Pennywise. That clown. The one from It. But I didn't say any of that. It wouldn't have helped. I just kept walking. Bernice didn't push. She adjusted her grip on her weapon and stayed just off my shoulder, light moving with mine now, overlapping fields so there weren't gaps. The tunnel ahead dipped again, deeper this time. The water thickened, moving faster along the channel, carrying debris that bumped and scraped as it passed. The walls here were narrower, the ceiling lower. I felt the space pressing in without having to think about it. My radio stayed silent. I keyed it once more anyway. Harlan, I said. Nothing came back. Bernice noticed. Still dead? Yeah. She nodded and shifted her stance, keeping her injured arm tight against her body. Blood had soaked through the cloth I'd tied, darkening it, but it wasn't pouring anymore. We moved another 30 yards before I saw the next mark. White paint again. I stopped and raised my light higher. The ceiling above us caught the beam, and the paint continued there too, broken streaks running along the curve, where something had moved overhead. Bernice followed my light. It went up there. Yeah, I said. We didn't discuss how. The tunnel widened ahead into a low chamber where several smaller pipes fed into the main channel. Water poured in from two of them in steady sheets, splashing hard enough to mask smaller sounds. Rust stained the walls in long vertical lines beneath each inlet. Something lay near the edge of the water. I stepped closer and knelt. It was a shoe, small and black, rubber sole. One of the laces was torn clean through, the ends frayed. Bernice stopped beside me. That's his. I picked it up and turned it once in my hand, then set it on the ledge where it wouldn't drift away. I think we're close, Bernice said. I nodded. And that was when we heard the sound coming from deeper in the tunnel ahead. Something was moving toward us, fast. I raised my weapon and angled my light forward. Bernice did the same. Water shifted ahead of us. Bernice's light held steady on the tunnel mouth ahead. My beam caught a narrow cone through the dark. Beyond it, the tunnel swallowed everything. Then the sound changed. The scrape moved upward, higher now, closer to the curve where the wall met the ceiling. It came with a second sound underneath it, fingernails, or something like that, dragging quickly. Russell? I hear it, I said. The shape arrived in pieces before it arrived as a whole. A hand came first, pale and gloved looking in the beam, fingers spread wide as it gripped the wall. Then another hand, higher up, pulling. Then a head slid into view, upside down, clinging to the wall. The clown crawled out of the darkness. It wasn't walking, wasn't running. It used the tunnel like it owned every surface, hands and feet on concrete, climbing the curve, rolling onto the ceiling, then dropping down without losing speed. Its costume was perfectly intact. White ruffled collar, puffy sleeves, bright colors. The face was the part my brain latched onto. I hadn't been wrong before, even though I hoped that I'd imagined it, or seen it wrong in the darkness. But no, it looked exactly like Pennywise. It opened its mouth then. Teeth. Too many teeth. I fired. The first shot hit center mass and snapped its torso back against the wall. It didn't fall. It grabbed higher and kept coming. The second shot kicked off the concrete behind it. The third hit its shoulder and spun it slightly, but it recovered instantly, limbs gripping, body flowing back into its line. I fired again and again. The shots weren't clean. The target was not steady. It dropped from the ceiling and hit the ledge hard, then surged toward us on all fours, fast enough that the water beneath it broke into white spray. I fired until the slide locked back. The sound of the empty click was loud enough that Bernice heard it. Reloading, I said. The clown dropped in front of us then, landing low and springy, then lunging forward. Bernice still didn't shoot. Her gun followed its head like her eyes didn't care about anything else. And the clown launched itself at us. For a fraction of a second, it was airborne, arms spread, mouth open. Bernice fired one shot, and the round hit it square between the eyes. The clown snapped backward mid-lunge. It flew past us and slammed into the wall behind with a hard, wet impact that shook the tunnel. It hit the concrete, slid down, and collapsed onto the ledge in a twisted heap. It didn't twitch. It just lay there. Bernice lowered her gun but kept it pointed. "Got it," she said. "Yeah, good shot." I stepped toward the body with my light fixed on its head. Blood pooled beneath it and ran toward the channel, dark and thick. The makeup on its face started to smear where it struck concrete. The orange hair looked flattened on one side. Bernice took a step with me and then stopped, favoring her injured arm. The cloth I'd tied around her upper arm had soaked through. Wasn't pouring, but it was bleeding steadily. I kept my gun trained on the clown's head and moved in another step. And then the body changed. It wasn't subtle. The white face collapsed inward as if the structure beneath it had softened. The red lines warped and slid out of symmetry. The mouth shrank and then stretched again, reshaping. The ruffled collar sank down into the neck as if it were melting into the flesh. The puffed sleeves shrank, fabric tightening, and then disappearing into the arms. The clown's limbs lengthened, the elbows pushed backward, then snapped forward. The shoulders broadened and then narrowed again, like the body couldn't decide what it was supposed to be. Bernice stared. "Russell?" "I see it." The clown's head elongated. A snout pushed out where the nose had been. The face narrowed. The jaw reformed around different teeth. A deer took shape on the ledge. Not a clean deer. Its chest heaved once. Antlers pushed out of its skull, growing fast, scraping against the ceiling before stopping at an angle. Its legs kicked once, hooves scraping concrete. Then it stilled again. The deer's eyes were forward-facing for a second, and then they slid outward as the skull reshaped again. The antlers retracted into the bone like they were being pulled back inside. The body shrank. The deer collapsed down and became a dog-sized shape, ribs tightening, spine compressing, fur appearing and then vanishing. The head changed twice in a second, muzzle forming and unforming. Bernice swallowed hard. "What the hell is that?" "I think it's a shapeshifter," I said. The word sounded like it belonged in a movie, but the thing on the ledge didn't give me a better one. The body jerked again. For a second, it looked like it was trying to grow bigger into something with broad shoulders and a heavy chest. I raised my weapon, and I fired into it. I emptied the magazine until the slide locked back again. The echo slapped us from every direction. Smoke hung low in the tunnel and mixed with the damp air. My ears rang hard enough that the water sounded distant for a moment. The body shuddered once, then went still. I stood there with the gun raised, waiting for another change. Nothing happened. I looked down the tunnel again. Let's find the boy. Bernice's breathing was tighter now. She pressed her good hand against the cloth on her arm. "I'm still walking," she said. I looked at her wound. "Yeah, you're still bleeding." We moved past the spot where the creature had fallen. I kept my light and my weapon trained forward, sweeping the beam across the walls and ceiling in slow arcs. The tunnel ahead dipped into a wider space. The air changed slightly. Water flowed faster here, fed by multiple channels we couldn't see. My radio stayed silent. I keyed it once anyway. "Harlan," I said. Just static. We went another 30 yards before I saw something that made me stop. A shoe sat on the ledge ahead, tipped on its side. Same kind, small and black. I stepped up and picked it up by the heel. The tunnel opened into a low chamber where 3 smaller pipes fed into the main channel. Water poured from 2 of them in steady sheets. Rust stained the walls beneath each pipe. The ceiling was higher here. I swept the beam around the chamber, and then I saw the balloons. Red balloons floated near the ceiling and along the upper curve of the wall, their strings dangling down. Some were tied off in clusters. Bernice stopped beside me. "What the hell?" I didn't answer. I moved my light past them and saw the boy. Nolan was in the corner of a side tunnel, curled on his side with his knees drawn slightly up, one arm tucked under his head like he'd fallen asleep in the wrong place. His red shirt was darkened with water, his hair plastered to his forehead. I crossed to him fast, careful with my footing, and knelt. I put 2 fingers to his neck. Pulse. I checked his breathing. Shallow, steady. "He's alive," I said. Bernice let out a breath she'd been holding. I didn't waste time trying to wake him. I lifted him under the arms and got him onto my shoulder. His head lolled against my back as I turned. We didn't look at the balloons again. We just moved. The walkout was faster but not sloppy. I followed our markings. Tape strips, chalk arrows, places where I'd pressed a tape higher to keep it out of the water. The tunnel felt less wrong on the return. The curve that had bothered me earlier came back as a curve. The split appeared where it should have. The ladder was still there. Our tape marks were visible again. The white paint was gone. I noticed it when my light passed over the wall where it'd been. The concrete was bare. No paint. I didn't stop to argue with my eyes. Bernice noticed too. "Russell?" "Yeah, I saw it," I said. We kept moving. When we reached the entrance, the rectangle of daylight hit my face like a physical thing. Floodlights lit the grass outside. Voices carried from the road. Boots crunched gravel. Volunteer fire and EMS were waiting exactly where they were supposed to be. I stepped out and handed Nolan over to the first EMT who reached for him. Bernice came out behind me and leaned against the concrete lip, holding her arm tight. They guided her to a flat patch of grass and cut away the soaked cloth I'd tied around her arm. The bite marks were deep enough that the medic's expression tightened when he saw them. I crouched beside Bernice while they worked. I looked at her, smiling lightly. "You know you're still a good shot," I said. She held my arm for a moment and nodded. We'd known each other a long time, and I was glad she'd been down there with me. Later that night, after Nolan was stable and Bernice was in a room with her arm wrapped and stitched, I went back out with a full team. We entered the system with better lights, more people, and a plan. The tunnel looked normal. The chamber with the pipes looked normal. The corner where Nolan had been was empty. No balloons, no white paint, and there was no body. They found our barrier tape and our chalk marks. They found Bernice's blood where it splashed onto the ledge and dried. They found shell casings where I'd dropped them. They didn't find anything else that made sense. I kept thinking about why it chose that shape. Pennywise? Maybe it's seen the movie? Maybe a poster? I still don't know. I went home near dawn, washed the sewer stink off my hands until my skin burned, and then I called a friend 2 towns over. Sheriff Lost works Daggerland. I'd heard the stories coming out of that town. Every cop in Ohio had. The missing people, the deaths, the thing that came out of Lake Erie, the kill, and how a few men and a black German shepherd had finally stopped it. I'd never known what to do with any of it until now. Lost picked up, and we talked like 2 sheriffs talk when they're trying to keep their voices level. I told him there was something here too, something bad. He didn't act surprised. He didn't laugh. He didn't ask me if I'd been drinking. We said we'd get together soon, talk things over, try to figure out what was happening. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know if it's limited to Ohio or if it's spreading everywhere. All I know is this. There's something out there that almost got us, and you need to be very careful. That thing can look like anything. And I don't think it's done.
I worked as a Navy SEAL for some years. We'll just call me John. I'm not going to spend time on my background, my training, or the path that got me here. None of that matters for what follows. The only thing that matters is that I was part of a job that took me to a lot of places most people never see. And that job put me in situations where paying attention to small details was not optional. Most deployments are exactly what you'd expect. Long stretches of preparation, movement, and waiting. You learn routes, check gear, move from one position to another, and try not to create problems for yourself. The work rewards people who stay calm. You notice what's in front of you, you deal with it, and you move on. A lot of time is spent in environments that are unfamiliar. Jungles, deserts, mountains, open water. Each one comes with its own set of practical issues. Heat, cold, visibility, footing, sound. You learn how those things affect you and your equipment, and after a while you stop thinking about them consciously. What doesn't get talked about much is how different places behave differently, even when nothing is technically wrong. Sound doesn't always travel the way it should. Distance doesn't always feel consistent. Sometimes things appear closer or farther than they are. Sometimes movement catches your attention for no clear reason. Most of the time, those moments pass without incident and you forget about them later. Occasionally, they don't. I'm not talking about danger in the normal sense, not enemy contact, not accidents, not close calls that make good stories later. I'm talking about moments where something doesn't line up and there's no immediate explanation for why. When you work in a team, you learn quickly not to chase every odd sensation. If you reacted to everything that felt slightly off, you never get anything done. You log what you can, stay focused on the task, and keep moving. Most of the time, that's the right decision. Over the years, I was present for a handful of situations where that approach didn't fully resolve things. Events that didn't escalate, didn't turn violent, and mostly didn't get anyone hurt, but also didn't fit any category we normally use to describe what happens on an operation. What made those moments different was how consistent they felt afterward. Different locations, conditions, people. The same sense that something had occurred just outside the scope of what we were trained to notice. None of this interfered with the work. We completed missions, moved on, didn't dwell on it. That's how the job functions. You don't stop to assign meaning to things unless they demand action. These, well, most of them didn't. I'm not presenting this as a single story or a connected chain of events. The things I'm describing didn't relate to each other in any obvious way, and I don't think they're part of some larger pattern. They're just a small number of moments that stayed clear in my memory long after everything else blurred together. I've had time since to think about what stood out and what didn't. Not in the sense of trying to solve anything, but in the sense of noticing which details never faded. The ones that stayed sharp were never the loud ones or dramatic ones. They were the quiet moments where something was present, acknowledged, and then left alone. What follows are a few of those moments, written the way I remember them. Nothing more. The Philippines deployment took place along the southern coast, in an area where jungle pressed right up against the water, and the ground never fully dried out. Even at night, the air stayed thick. Sweat soaked through gear faster than you expected, and every step had to be placed carefully to avoid roots, shallow pools, and soft ground that would give under your weight. We were moving inland from the shoreline, single file, with enough spacing to maintain visibility without stacking up. The water stayed to our left, dark and slow-moving, broken occasionally by mangroves that reached out like fingers. To the right, the jungle closed in almost immediately. Visibility dropped to a few yards in places, with vegetation layered so tightly that anything moving inside it would be half hidden unless it crossed a clear gap. The operation itself was straightforward. confirm what we needed to confirm, then pull back out the same way we came in. No expected contact, no time pressure. The kind of movement where discipline matters more than speed. About 20 minutes in, something to the right caught my attention. Wasn't a sound. It was movement that didn't match everything else. Leaves shifted without the usual delay. Branches flexed without snapping. Whatever it was stayed just inside the tree line, moving parallel to us, never stepping fully into view. Well, at first, I assumed it was an animal reacting to our presence. The area had plenty of wildlife. Usually, though, animals bolted once they realized people were nearby. This didn't bolt. We took another dozen steps, and the movement stayed with us. Same distance and angle. When we slowed, it slowed. When we adjusted slightly to avoid a wet patch near the water, it adjusted too. I didn't call it out yet. There was no sudden threat, no reason to stop the whole line over something that might resolve itself. And then it crossed an opening between two trees. Just a flash at first. A shape passing through a narrow gap where moonlight filtered down. I caught enough to register that it wasn't low to the ground. Moved upright. Fast. It didn't bound or scramble. It ran. I raised my fist and the line halted. Everyone froze. Nobody spoke. The jungle continued its background noise like nothing had changed. I scanned the tree line carefully, watching for another break in movement. For several seconds, nothing happened. I gave the signal to move again, and as soon as we stepped off, it moved too. This time it stayed closer, crossing thinner vegetation where there were fewer layers to hide behind. I got a clearer look. It was on two legs, there was no mistaking that. The stride was long and even, the upper body angled forward as it ran. It was lean, narrow, and taller than it should have been for something moving that fast through tangled growth. The radio clicked in my ear. You seeing that? The point man asked. Yeah, I said. That was all that needed to be said. The thing stayed with us for another minute or two, pacing us exactly. Never rushed or hesitated, never broke cover completely. It stayed just visible enough that I knew it was there, then slipped back behind leaves and branches before I could focus on details. The color registered clearly now. Green. Not bright or reflective, the kind of green that blends into vegetation until it moves. I never saw a face, never saw eyes, just a smooth outline passing through gaps faster than my brain wanted to process. At one point it crossed a wider break, maybe 15 feet across, and I got the clearest look I was going to get. 2 legs, upright posture, long stride, no gear, no weapon, no human movement pattern. I keyed my mic again. Don't follow it. The acknowledgement came back as a click. Nobody argued or suggested otherwise. A few seconds later, the movement changed direction. It simply peeled off deeper into the jungle and disappeared, as if it had reached the edge of whatever line it had been following. And we continued the operation. No further movement, no additional contact. We completed what we were there to do and moved back toward the water the same way we'd come in. Nobody brought it up after. There was nothing to add. Nothing had escalated. No action had been required. But later that night, back at the staging area, gear laid out and checked, the point man sat across from me, scraping dried mud off his boots with a piece of metal. He didn't look up when he spoke. That thing back there wasn't human. No, it wasn't, I replied. He nodded once and went back to what he was doing. And that was the end of that. We rotated out of that area a few days later. No similar reports or warnings passed down. No indication that anyone else had encountered the same thing. At the time, I treated it the way I treated anything that didn't interfere with the mission. I noted it and moved on. What stuck with me, it wasn't how fast it moved or how close it stayed. It was something else. Animals react. People react. This didn't react. It paced us, maintained distance, then disengaged without any visible reason. Years later, after other deployments and other environments, that memory has stayed sharper than most. There was no confusion in its movement, no hesitation, no adjustment once it started pacing us. It behaved like something that already understood what we were and where we were going. At the time, I didn't try to describe it beyond what I saw. I didn't label it. That wasn't useful. Much later, with enough distance from the moment to be honest about it, there was one comparison that fit better than the others. Not perfectly, but close enough. I realized this is going to sound crazy, but it looked like a giant lizard. The Afghanistan deployment came later, during a stretch where most of our operations took place in higher elevation terrain. The mountains there don't feel dramatic when you're first inserted. They feel dry, empty, and repetitive. Long ridgelines, narrow passes, rock everywhere. You learn quickly that sound behaves differently at altitude, especially in places where stone walls and cuts funnel it in directions you don't expect. The operation started as a movement through a mountain pass we'd used before. Not often, but enough that it wasn't unfamiliar. The route wasn't marked on any civilian map, but it was known, and it was considered safe enough for transit. But there were steep slopes on both sides, loose rock underfoot, and wind that cut through gear even during daylight. We were moving mid-morning. Visibility was good. No weather issues, no indication of contact in the area. The kind of movement where your attention stays on footing and spacing more than anything else. About halfway through the pass, I noticed the steps. First, I thought they were natural. Rock formations in that region can stack in ways that look deliberate from certain angles. But as we moved closer, it became clear that this wasn't erosion or chance. The stones formed a descending path, cut into the mountain, narrow but consistent in width and height. They went down. Not steeply at first, just enough to pull your eye away from the pass and toward the darker space below. I slowed and raised my hand. The line stopped. I crouched and examined the nearest step. The edge was worn smooth. I didn't say anything yet, but everybody could see it. The steps descended into shadow, curving slightly as they followed the shape of the mountain. The air coming up from below felt cooler, still. Even the wind seemed to stop at the top of the stair. Well, we debated briefly over comms whether to bypass it entirely. There was no operational reason to go down there. But there was also nothing that marked the area as restricted or dangerous. No signage or mention in any briefing. And in that environment, old structures weren't unheard of. Afghanistan is layered with things that predate modern borders by centuries. We descended. The steps narrowed slightly as they went down, forcing us to adjust spacing. Light dropped off quickly. The walls on either side rose higher, the rock face closing in. And the stairway opened into a cavern. Not a cave in the natural sense. The space was too regular. The walls curved deliberately, forming a wide cavern that extended beyond the reach of our lights. The ceiling rose high enough that the beam didn't find it right away. There were markings on the stone, not writing, carvings, shallow and worn, and repeating in patterns that didn't seem decorative. They ran along the walls at consistent heights, like markers rather than art. We moved slowly, scanning, light sweeping. There was no movement or sound beside our own. And then the statue came into view. It dominated the center of the cavern, carved directly from the stone floor. A spider, detailed enough that individual segments were visible where light struck the surface. It was enormous. The body alone rose higher than our heads. The legs spread outward, anchoring it to the cavern floor in a way that made it feel less like a statue and more like something frozen in place. The surface was smooth in some areas, rough in others, as if different parts had been exposed to different conditions over time. The scale was what hit me first. The craftsmanship came second. Whatever had made this had known exactly what they were doing. The proportions were deliberate. The posture was deliberate. This wasn't a rough carving or an old marker. The cavern felt very old. We started to approach the statue when someone grabbed me hard by the shoulder. I spun, bringing my rifle up instinctively, and came face to face with a senior SO I recognized immediately. He wasn't part of our movement. He didn't raise his voice, but he grabbed my gear and pulled me backward toward the stairs. "Off limits," he said. The rest of the team froze, watching. "You all didn't see anything." That's all he said. There was no explanation or elaboration, just the statement. We moved. Nobody argued or asked questions. Whatever authority he carried was enough that the decision didn't feel optional. We ascended quickly, the air warming as we climbed. The sound of wind returned. Radio sounded normal again. When we reached the top, the pass looked exactly as it had before. The senior SO stayed below, out of sight. We rerouted without discussion. The operation continued along an alternate path that added hours to our movement. Nobody mentioned the cavern over comms. Nobody tried to revisit it. Later, back in our staging area, I looked for the senior SO and he wasn't there. Nobody seemed surprised by his absence. I asked one quiet question to someone who'd been around longer than I had. He shook his head once. "Don't," he said. And there was no report filed or note made, no mention of the steps, the cavern, or the statue in any documentation I saw. The area wasn't flagged officially, but it never appeared in our routing again. Over time, I learned that some places don't get marked on maps. They get handled differently, avoided without explanation, redirected around without comment. At the time, I didn't try to assign meaning to what we'd seen. Whatever that place was, we weren't meant to be there. The Iraq incident. Now, this happened after the fighting was over. That's important, because it rules out most of the explanations people reach for later. There was no incoming fire, no confusion about where we were, no adrenaline pushing things out of focus. The engagement had ended cleanly, and the area was secure. We were doing what comes next, clearing, checking, moving methodically through what was left. The air smelled burnt. Not smoke exactly, but sharp mix of dust, metal, and something chemical that settles in your clothes and doesn't leave. The sun was low, throwing long shadows across broken concrete and collapsed walls. The heat was draining fast, replaced by that dry evening chill that creeps in once the light starts to go. We were moving through the remains of a small cluster of structures, not much left standing. Walls blown open, roofs collapsed inward, rubble everywhere. You had to watch your footing or you'd roll an ankle on loose stone or step onto something that shifted under your weight. A light mist started rolling in from lower ground. It stayed low, hugging the ground, moving slowly between debris and pooling in shallow depressions. We spread out, maintaining visual contact. And that's when I noticed the ground moving. It wasn't shaking or collapsing. It was moving. Subtle at first, a slow displacement beneath the mist, like something pushing from underneath instead of across the surface. The motion traced a shallow curve through the debris, about 30 yards ahead of us. We halted immediately. The movement didn't stop. It slid forward, smooth and continuous, passing behind a broken wall and reappearing on the other side. The mist parted around it, flowing over something solid instead of drifting freely. I stared at it, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with anything familiar. Dust settling doesn't behave like that. Neither does smoke. The shape emerged more fully when it crossed an open gap between piles of rubble, and it was long, thick, continuous. A single body moving as one piece. No visible limbs, no side-to-side motion. It advanced by pressure alone, sliding forward like something forcing its way through the ground without resistance. The radio clicked.
"Are you seeing this?"
One of the guys asked. The shape continued moving, angling slightly downhill. It never turned towards us or reacted to our presence. It behaved like we weren't there at all. And then it passed close enough that I could see detail. The surface was rough, not smooth. Earth and debris clung to it as it moved, and then fell away behind it. The mist swirled and closed in its wake. Whatever it was displacing ground as it went, not just sliding across the surface.
Is that a snake?
The guy beside me asked. I watched it move, watched how the ground responded around it. I think it's a worm, I said. That was the closest comparison I had. The thing slowed as it reached a shallow depression near the edge of the structures. One of the bodies from the engagement lay there, partially obscured by debris. And the movement changed. The front end of the shape, if it even had a front, rose slightly, then pressed downward near the body. The ground shifted, and debris slid inward. And I still don't know if I imagined what came next. I swear I saw that body move. At least I think it did. I saw it move downward. There was no sound, no tearing or collapse, just displacement and then absence. The mist settled. The worm-like shape continued forward for another few yards, then sank lower, its outline fading as the ground closed above it. And within seconds, it was gone completely. No hole remained, no disturbed soil beyond what was already there from the engagement. If I hadn't been watching the exact spot, I wouldn't have known anything had changed. No one spoke. My brain kept replaying the moment, checking angles, lighting, distance, looking for something that could explain away what I thought I'd seen. I gave the signal to move. We advanced cautiously, stepping through the area where the thing had passed. The ground felt solid underfoot. No soft spots or signs of tunneling. No drag marks. Nothing that suggested something massive had just moved through it. But the body was gone. We finished clearing the area without incident. No further movement. No additional mist beyond what drifted naturally with the cooling air. That night, while we were staged and waiting, the same guy who'd spoken earlier sat down across from me. He rested his helmet on his knee and looked at the ground between us. "That thing," he said. "I wasn't imagining it. I think it took that body." I didn't answer right away. "I don't know," I said finally. And he nodded slowly. He didn't push it, and neither did I. That was the last time we talked about him. I have replayed that moment more times than I care to admit. You know, fatigue can do strange things. Smoke and mist can distort depth. Your mind can connect movements that aren't really connected. But two of us saw the same thing. We both saw the shape, we both saw where it went, and the body was gone afterward. Heavy things leave traces, though. Even when they disappear underground, something remains. There was nothing. Whatever that thing was, it passed through, took the body, and then left. The Somalia incident happened at night, during weather bad enough that most units would have postponed movement if they had the option. We didn't. The storm came in fast off the coast, pushing inland with heavy rain and wind that flattened scrub and turned dry ground into slick mud in minutes. Visibility dropped to almost nothing between lightning flashes. When the thunder rolled through, it didn't echo so much as smear across the sky, long and low, like the sound couldn't decide where to go. We were moving through terrain, low trees, scrub, open stretches broken by shallow washes and clusters of rock. Not the kind of place where you lose people easily, even at night. The spacing was tighter than usual because of the weather, but we maintained visual contact. Headlamps stayed off, and we relied on flashes of lightning. That was when one of our guys went missing. There was no shout or call over comms, no sudden break in formation that would have drawn attention. One moment he was there, moving just ahead and to my left, and the next he wasn't. We stopped immediately. I counted heads twice before saying anything. Same result both times. We called his name quietly over comms. No response. Tried again, louder. Still nothing. Rain hammered down hard enough that it masked anything smaller than thunder. Wind tore through the scrub in uneven burst, flattening at one moment and letting it spring back the next. We backtracked along our exact path. Same spacing and order. No sign of a struggle. No dropped gear. No disturbed ground beyond what the storm was already doing on its own. The missing guy was not careless. He was not inexperienced. He wasn't the type to wander or break formation. He was big too. 6'4", 240. Built like somebody who didn't get moved unless he decided to move. Well, we widened the search in controlled arcs, keeping line of sight when we could. And that was when someone spotted the backpack. It hung from a tree well off our path, silhouetted against the sky during a lightning strike. For a split second, it didn't register as anything more than debris caught in branches. Then another flash hit, and the shape resolved clearly. It was his pack, hanging at least 50 feet up. We moved toward it as carefully as the terrain allowed. The rain made everything slick, branches whipped in the wind. When we reached the base of the tree, I tilted my head back and followed the line of the trunk upward. The pack was suspended from a thick branch near the top, swaying slightly in the wind. No rope or cord, no fabric snagged or torn. It was just hanging there. I stared at it for a moment, trying to find a practical explanation. Something that fit the environment. Something that fit the man. He didn't climb trees. At least I'd never seen him do it. And there was no way he could have climbed that high in the dark, that quickly, in a storm, with full kit. There were no scrape marks on the trunk, no broken branches below. Nothing on the ground. The storm surged again, wind roaring through the scrub, rain hammering down sideways. For a few seconds, the noise overwhelmed everything. Then it stopped. Not the storm, just the wind. It dropped off suddenly, leaving rain falling straight down instead of sideways. And that's when we heard it. Not a sound from the ground. Above us. A rush of air, heavy, fast, like something large passing overhead at speed. There was no shape to it, no silhouette against the clouds, just the unmistakable sense of mass moving through space right above the tree line. It lasted maybe a second, then it was gone. The wind surged again immediately afterward, branches whipping and rain slashing sideways like nothing had happened. No one spoke for several seconds. Finally, someone broke the silence. "Did you hear that?" We stood there longer than we should have. Rain soaking through gear, lightning flashing intermittently overhead. The pack continued to sway gently in the wind, untouched. And we resumed the search. We covered every direction, expanded the radius, checked the washes and low ground, looked for any sign of movement, any place someone could have fallen or been pulled. But the storm worked against us, erasing tracks almost as soon as they were made. But even accounting for that, there was nothing. No blood or torn fabric, no displaced ground that didn't already look like storm runoff. Eventually, Command called it, not because we were satisfied we weren't, but because there was nothing left to search. The weather wasn't improving. The risk to the rest of the team was rising. We recovered the backpack, lowered it carefully, and it was intact, nothing missing or added. His gear was inside, arranged the way he always kept it. We never found him. The area was searched again later, in daylight, after the storm passed. Different teams, better visibility. Same result. No body, no trace. There was no official explanation offered beyond the usual language used when something doesn't fit. Separated, lost, overwhelmed by terrain. None of it accounted for the pack. None of it accounted for the type of man he was. And none of it accounted for what we heard overhead. The loss stayed with us. Men don't just disappear like that. And storms don't hang backpacks 50 feet up in trees. The Norway incident took place during a cold weather training rotation, the kind meant to remind you how small mistakes turn serious much faster once water and cold are involved. We were operating offshore at night, far enough out that there were no lights on the horizon, no shipping lanes nearby, no land visible. The sea was calm in a way that only happens occasionally in that part of the world, flat enough that the water reflected the sky instead of breaking it up. Cold air, steady breathing. Everything slowed down by temperature. We were moving at low speed, maintaining spacing and running passive systems. No reason to make noise or rush. Just steady movement through open water while everyone stayed alert for anything that didn't belong. At first, nothing did. The water rolled beneath us in slow, heavy swells that barely registered against the hull. You could hear it more than feel it. A low, constant sound that blended into the background until you stopped paying attention to it consciously. That changed when the water beneath us darkened. It was a gradual shift in tone, like a shadow passing under glass. At first, I assumed it was a whale. That made sense. The region supports large marine life, and whales surface and dive without warning. Their mass can distort water patterns in ways that look unnatural if you're not expecting it. I adjusted my stance and leaned slightly, trying to get a better angle. The shape beneath us was enormous. It wasn't long and narrow like most whales. It was broad and smooth. The surface didn't break the water. It just stayed below it, moving slowly enough that the displacement was almost gentle. The shape slowed, then it stopped. The water above it stilled in a way that caught my attention immediately. The natural movement of the sea didn't resume. It was as if something solid had pressed upward and held there. I was still thinking whale when the eye opened. There was no build-up, no ripple, just a slow separation in the darkness beneath the surface, revealing a single massive eye opening directly upward. It was positioned at the top and center of the body, oriented straight toward us. And the color registered first. Red. Bright, deep, and saturated red, like something lit from within rather than reflecting light from outside. The surface of it was smooth and wet, catching what little ambient light there was and bending it in a way that made depth hard to judge. But the scale hit. The eye alone was enormous. Later, when I tried to put numbers to it, 50 feet across was the closest estimate that didn't feel exaggerated. It filled most of the visible space beneath us, stretching wider than the boat itself. No pupil detail stood out, no blinking. It simply opened and remained open. Nobody moved. I felt the instinct to step back, even though there was nowhere to go. The cold air felt sharper all of a sudden, like my lungs had decided to remind me where I was. The water around the eye remained unnaturally still. No bubbles or surface break, just that massive shape holding position directly beneath us. Close enough that if it had surfaced, it would have displaced the boat easily. Someone behind me breathed out slowly. For a few seconds, I waited for it to react, for the eye to track movement, for the body to shift, for anything that suggested it was aware of us in a way that would require action. Nothing happened. The eye stayed open, fixed and unblinking. If it was looking at us, there was no way to tell. And then the eye began to close. As it did, the water above it darkened again, returning to its earlier tone. The stillness broke, small ripples spread outward, then larger ones, as if the sea had remembered how it was supposed to act. The shape beneath us began to sink. The shadow grew deeper, broader, then stretched downward until it faded into total darkness. There was no wake or turbulence, no sign of disturbance beyond what we'd already seen. Eventually, the senior officer gave the order to continue, and we did. The rest of the night passed without incident. No additional movement, no return of the shape. The sea remained calm all the way back. I replayed it in my head afterward many times. We never encountered it again, not in that area or anywhere else. And I never saw another eye like it. But I think about that moment sometimes when I'm near open water, especially at night, because whatever that thing was, it existed there long before we passed over it. And I have a feeling it's still there today. Well, I left active duty years ago. Not because of anything in this story. My time ended the same way it does for most people in that line of work. Rotations end. Bodies wear down. Life moves forward. You pack up what you can carry and you leave the rest behind. Most of what I remember from those years blends together now. The days, the briefings, the places. A lot of it fades the way it should. That's normal. You don't need to hold on to every detail to know who you were or what you did. I don't think about the moments I talked about every day. I don't connect them to each other. I don't look for patterns. That kind of thinking doesn't really help. What I do think about, occasionally, is how easy it is to assume that unfamiliar things behave the same way familiar ones do. Most of the time, that assumption works. Animals act like animals. Terrain acts like terrain. Water behaves like water. Sometimes, though, you run into something that doesn't react at all, doesn't escalate, doesn't retreat, doesn't acknowledge you in any way that fits your expectations. It simply exists